none. We do not have that. National anthem, none. We don't have that. Roll call and verification of quorum. D. Like McClellan.
Senator Traynor.
Here.
Tribble.
Here.
Mole.
Here.
Potier. Moda. Absent. Kira.
Here.
Nimbargi.
Here.
Myself. Millington.
Present.
No longer exists. Temple.
Present.
Capozzi.
Here.
Caldwell.
Here.
Robbins.
Here.
Castillo.
Here.
Wynn. Okay. Domino.
Here.
Foster.
Present.
Becerra. Absent. Gal.
Present.
Yalman Chili. Samuel. Heintzkill.
Present.
DeMarla.
Here.
Patel.
Here.
Uchoa.
Here.
Harrell.
Present.
Borges.
Here.
Almanar.
Present.
Anderson.
Present.
Castellan.
Present.
Sabula. Hall.
Here.
Holmes.
Present.
Martin.
Present.
Salerno. Saucedo.
Present.
Taché. Brenner.
Present.
39 out of 47. Quorum is verified.
Alrighty. Please take a look at last meeting's minutes. If there are any changes that need to be made, let me know. If not, I will take a motion. Chair Temple.
Move to approve last meeting's minutes.
There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, they are passed. Everyone, please take a look at the agenda for today. If there are any changes that need to be made, let me know. If not, I will take a motion. Chair Temple.
Move to approve tonight's agenda.
There's been a motion to approve today's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in open forum. For context, due to the time constraints, open forum will last a minute each. And the way that I'm going to do it, since it's the first time that we have open forum, is if you would like to speak in open forum, to just raise your hand for me so that I know that y'all are there. So we're just going to kind of go from that side of the room. So the furthest away, go for it.
All right. Hello, Senate. So my name is Samantha Cerisi. I am from the College of Sciences. I don't want to take too much of your time, so I will try to make this as quick as possible. I'm here tonight regarding the reappointment of Colby Smith to the position of Digital Media Coordinator. I'm not going to rehash the incident, but I am going to give my thoughts on his confirmation that I hope will help you in making your decision. All of you are asking yourselves, should you hold Colby Smith's actions against him? The real question you should be asking is his speech genuine? As of now, I cannot give you that answer as I have not spoken to him since the incident, and I don't blame him for that. Sorry, but it does make it hard for me to be able to make that judgment for myself as of this moment. So when deciding how I should feel about this situation, I came to the conclusion that it would be unfair of me to hold his past actions against him if the candidate showed genuine remorse in understanding the issues the disabled student community faced. He made a mistake and he's given no reason to show that he hasn't learned from it at this moment. You can acknowledge he made a mistake, but your debate tonight should focus on whether or not he is qualified for the position. At the end of the day, don't hold it against him in terms of making your decision. Make it based on if he has learned from it. However, if you feel that he has not done any of that, then you should vote against him. But if he has, then I would suggest voting yes. And that is for me. I have something from another student as well.
You may. Minute starts now.
Okay. Hello, Senate. I'm Elle Campbell speaking. Separate from my role as an officer in the Disability Coalition, I am a mechanical engineering and history major from both the College of Engineering and College of Arts and Humanities. I want to speak against the confirmation of Colby Smith for the position of digital media coordinator. Voting yes now is just spitting in the face of what's come before. While he may have learned about the circumstances about a singular individual, it is too short of a time and too hasty of a decision to say who he speaks on the side of all those who are involved. Don't go back to square one and please vote no on Colby Smith, and that is all.
Alrighty. Next, yes. And a minute starts whenever you're ready.
Is it working now? Okay, yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Evan Cox, Integrative General Studies. When I learned that Colby Smith was up for confirmation again, after President Lopez stated that they would not be doing any more confirmations, I knew that I had to speak against it. If I did something to harm a specific group of people while trying to get a job, I would most certainly not apply for that job ever again. Quite frankly, I find it offensive that this is happening, and I think that everyone involved in putting him through to this stage should be ashamed of the message that they're sending to disabled students, which is that they don't care when one of us runs the risk of dying. So as you all make your decision tonight, I want you to think carefully about what message your vote sends to disabled students. That's all.
Are there any other individuals wishing to speak during open forum? And you'll have a minute whenever you're ready.
Hello? Okay. Well, I'm Kevin Martinez. Most of you already know me, political science. I major in political science economics, and I got a minor in urban planning. I just wanted to say about the Colby Smith confirmation that, frankly, if this was any other kind of institution, any other kind of job application, and the same incident happened, honestly, if he were to apply again, he'd be laughed out of the room, honestly, frankly, because that is just the standard. They hold themselves to a pretty high standard on these kind of things. And I will say that I am a firm believer in second chances. I'm a firm believer in forgiveness. I do believe in that. So just recognize that what you are doing is irregular, and what you are doing is something like out of infinite mercy almost. And I think that if you recognize that and you vote yes, I'm fine with it. If you vote no, because you don't want to grant that
Unfortunately, your
mercy,
time is
I'm fine with
elapsed.
that. Have a great day.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak during open forum? Seeing none, announcements from the student body president, President Lopez.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone's had a great start off to their semester. First and foremost, I want to truly, genuinely, deeply thank you all. If you helped during our welcome week, it was a great success. We had a lot of students come by the office to tour. We generated a lot of applications for SGLC from it. So if you were a part of that in any which way, shape, or form, whether you stopped by for a second just to say hi to the people that were tabling, or you were tabling yourself, or you even told a friend about it, thank you so much, because that week was really what we are trying to embody, just being present, being a face for students. So thank you all so much for your involvement and your participation. Moving on, I had a couple meetings within the past week and a half. So today, Sustainability and Innovation Coordinator Boysen and I, we met with Gerald Hector. He is the Senior Vice President of Administration and Finances for the university. And our meeting was regarding making UCF a fair trade university. So if we're able to get this certification, we would be the first university on the East Coast to do it, which I think is really cool. And from a strategic planning perspective, it would help move the needle within our sustainability, within the innovation portion of the plan. So hopefully we're able to work with Gerald Hector and get that accomplished so that we're certified to be fair trade. In addition, Vice President Martinez and we met with Dr. Guzman, the Vice President of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and she pretty much just discussed with us the new changes that are happening within the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, which is now the Ginsburg Center. If you haven't seen it already, I have the model so you can see the breakdown and everything. Just come by my office and I'd be more than happy to explain it to you or to show it to you. But we just discussed how the Ginsburg Center is now going to look and what that means for student government and areas for collaboration. Additionally, I met with the chair of the Disability Caucus, Chair Tache, so sorry. And with that, we just discussed a couple concerns that he had and the initiatives that are on Vice President Martinez and I's platform and how we can work with the Disability Caucus in order to move those forward. One thing that we are planning on doing for the disability and transportation system, we had a really great meeting with Parking and Transportation Services to get that started. They have already pretty much written out all of the financials. Right now, we just need a little bit more of statistics and data in order to back that up. So we're going to put together a focus group. So if you know any students that are interested or if you want to participate yourself, please send me an email. But that's about it with the meetings. Today, our cabinet met with UCF Restores and had a tour with them. So that was a really great opportunity for all of us. Highly encourage you to check them out if you ever have the chance. Now, with the Division of Communication confirmations, the big elephant in the room. But with that, there's a couple new senators. So just for those of you that are new and don't really know what's going on, confirmations were done early June. That's why we only have, I would say, 3/4 of an executive cabinet. I'm no longer reopening applications. So if confirmations do not pass tonight, then there will be vacancies. So if it's for graphic design, there will be no graphics. And if it's for visual media, there will be no photos and pictures. OSI has already told us that they will not be helping us. They were just going to help us over the summer until we got on our feet. But that time has elapsed now. And then lastly, I just have a couple of appointments. I hereby appoint Muhammad Shalal to the College of Graduate Studies, Seat 3, and Dustin Berekman to the Rosen College of Hospitality Management, Seat 2.
All right. Are there any questions for the student body president? Senator Moll?
Yeah, so you mentioned that if this confirmation doesn't go through for Colby Smith, that there will be no one to fill that position. I just wanted to know if you could maybe walk me through the process of how it was decided that the best thing to do in this situation would be to reappoint the same person who was already not granted that job, because obviously from your point of view, it's a huge risk. Like, who was interviewed? Why was Colby Smith once again picked? Just basically, if you could walk me through the entire situation and why you decided to once again appoint this person to this position.
100%. Thank you for that question. So we had one other applicant that applied. And then if you want any specific information, just since this is live streamed and just to keep the confidentiality of the individuals, I would like to meet with you offline for that. But the individual that applied just did not have the same level of experience, did not have the same level of technique is how I would go about saying it. And then we re-interviewed Colby Smith. We reevaluated Colby Smith. And after that whole process, we really did feel that he was still the best candidate. In our eyes, while an extremely unfortunate and terrible situation, a situation that never in a million years I thought would have happened in student government and that I thought I would have had to experience had happened. It was that situation that makes us grow as an organization. It was that situation that makes you now aware of things that you probably weren't aware of before. And we truly feel that Colby will never make that mistake again. And he'll be hyper aware with the media and the content that we're putting out. And you can question the sincerity behind him, but we do genuinely feel that he is sincere. As far as my thought process, my mom teaches students with disabilities. She teaches students with special needs. So I've been around that community my whole life. They really do have a special place in my heart. So that's again why my platform has a big portion of that. So I would never personally, and I'm very much saying this openly, like I to my faith, would never do anything or appoint anyone that I thought would harm a community. While, again, a terrible mistake, I really do feel that he's learned from it and he's grown from it. And he's going to be the person to make sure that that never happens here in student government ever again.
Senator Spiel.
Why did you decide to not reopen applications again?
So pretty much we decided to not reopen applications again because we reopened them and there weren't applications. People just simply have not been applying, and it's really just a stressful and time-consuming process for Vice President Martinez and I. And it just, at some point, there's gonna be an end. And we felt that this was going to be the end now because, again, it's a time-consuming process, but it also takes a toll on the executive cabinet and the team that we're trying to form. So we are finally having a last and final, not a final bonding retreat, but a bonding retreat with hopefully an entire team. So that way the team can learn how to work together, how to support each other. And if we just keep bringing in people, taking them out, at the end of the day, we feel like it's going to harm the dynamic and the atmosphere and the culture that we're trying to create within cabinet.
Senator Moll.
May I ask 2 quick questions?
You may.
Okay. Number one, what steps were you taking to make sure that there were applicants? Do you feel as though it was properly advertised? Do you feel like you were doing enough to reach out to people who would be the target for this position?
I really do think we did the most that we could do. It was posted on social media a variety of times. We also sent out emails to every student that has a Knights email, and then we sent out 2 more emails with every student that is registered through Knight Connect. So we figured students that have signed up on Knight Connect, because not everyone had, like, you have to sign up for it. So we feel like students that are on Knight Connect are more inclined to participate, are more inclined to be engaged. So we tried to hit that target audience. And then we also emailed different RSOs that are film based to see if that sparked anything, but it didn't work.
All right. And secondly, what do you feel would be a bigger burden on your cabinet? A situation in which you go completely without someone in that position for the rest of the year, or B, a scenario in which you have to look for someone to fill that position. You don't close the applications and you continue to look for a new candidate. Which do you view as being less of a strain on your cabinet?
Can you repeat the question one more time?
Yes.
So sorry.
So assuming that this confirmation doesn't go through, do you view it as being more of a strain on your cabinet to not have anyone in that position for the rest of the year, or to continue looking for someone to fill that position and maybe try new avenues, and instead of just saying this position is just going to be vacant, but obviously putting in that labor? Either way, both are going to be a strain, but what do you view as being less of a strain on your cabinet?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think the bigger strain comes from keeping the application open and continuing that process. It essentially, and if you want to speak to the director of communications, you can do so as well. But the way I see it, and everyone can feel differently and have a different take on it, but just my personal take on it is that the longer you have something open, the longer you're kind of hoping and just waiting and pushing aside, as opposed to when the application is just closed, you move on and you figure it out, you rough it out. While both would be on circumstances I wouldn't favor. I just think keeping the application open, again, there becomes a time where, like, enough is enough. And I feel that we're at that moment. If it opens again, we'll be halfway through the fall semester and then someone else will be confirmed. And at that point, it's awkward bringing in a teammate into a team that's been together since the summer and then since the start of fall, and then you feel like you're the odd one out, and so everyone is so bonded and you don't want to be that individual that doesn't have that closeness. So again, team dynamic, team culture, we feel that now is the time to just have the team. It's the beginning of the fall semester, we have 6 months, let's start working.
Are there any other questions for the student body president? Yeah, wait, first. I'll do Senator Wanjan.
Present and voting.
So noted at 7:26 p.m. Senator Tache.
Present and voting.
So noted at 7:26 p.m. Senator Namorji.
So could you go a little bit more in depth into the Fair Trade Certified process?
Yeah. So with the fair trade certification, unfortunately, I don't have crazy in-depth details. Your go-to person for that will be our sustainability and innovation coordinator. But essentially, she has been working with Dr. Plate, a professor here, and he's already determined that we meet all the certifications in order to be fair trade. And then just the last step that we're missing is a signature from one of the senior vice presidents or President Cartwright himself. So for details on exactly what makes us fair trade, I'd go to Nicole.
Are there any other questions for the student body president? Senator Poitier?
Yeah, I got a little question. So we don't know what happens tonight, but let's say it doesn't go through, right? Will you be able to like adapt to like what's it called? You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
find
yeah.
another alternative.
Yeah. I get
Alright.
what you're saying. I think our director of communications can answer that a little bit better because right now she's a one-woman team. So it's whether or not she can adapt and she can move forward. And I think she's done a great job so far, an amazing job. We hired her and she came on thinking she was going to post, she was going to oversee, and that has not been her job. Her job has been completely different and she's been killing it. But she's also getting ready to graduate. She's has other priorities and it's difficult, and she didn't come into this position with those responsibilities and with that expectation, so it's also difficult of us to ask that of her. So I think she can do it. She's been doing it, but it's not something that we would ever we don't feel comfortable continuing to ask her to do that because that's not what you signed up for, and you should be doing what you signed up for.
Alrighty, in the interest of time, we're going to be moving along, so thank you.
Sorry for
President
taking up
Lopez.
time.
Before I move on, Senator Costas.
Present and voting.
So noted at 7:28 p.m. Didn't mean to put you on blast. Up next, we have announcements from the student body vice president, Vice President Martinez.
Okay, now it is. Hi, everyone. I hope you're having a great day today. Today was my first faculty senate meeting. I honestly didn't think I was going to love it as much as I did, but it's super interesting. So if you ever have any questions about faculty senate, feel free to reach out to me. They learned a little bit more about HB 7, just how it affects the university, just different areas. So if you have any questions on that, please email me. I'd be more than happy to talk to you about it. I also had the opportunity to meet with Director of Student Accessibility Services and the ADA coordinator for digital accessibility and talk about areas that student government can improve in accessibility, and just overall on campus if there's anywhere there is lacking or there's just trainings available that we can provide to ourselves and to students. We want to make sure that those are promoted as well. That's all for my report.
Are there any questions for the student body vice president? Seeing none, thank you. Comptroller's report, Stephen Urquhart. Are there any questions for the comptroller? Senator Wanjin.
Would you like to read the reversion rate for CRT again?
Are there any other questions for the comptroller? Seeing none, thank you. Cabinet Forum, Chief of Staff Greenaway.
Hey everyone. Hope everyone is having a great start to the fall semester. I know for me, it's definitely hitting me this week. So I hope everyone is hanging in there and focusing on school first, because that's what's most important. First of all, I just wanted to thank everyone for their help during our welcome week. I believe it truly was a success. So thank you again for everyone that volunteered or just came out and supported. I did want to share about some upcoming events that we have going on that you're more than welcome to come and attend and support. First, we have our Rosen Planting Day with Coordinator Boysen. That is on Friday, September 16th from 4 to 6 p.m. Basically, we'll be heading over to Rosen and going to their garden and tending to that. Next, we are offering free tickets to the FAU game. So that's UCF at FAU in Boca Raton. So if you are interested in a ticket, please fill out the Night Connect form that was shared on our Instagram. We have Ready, Set, Vote on Monday, September 19th. That is with our governmental affairs coordinator as well as the GAP committee. So that will be an inflatable. So, drawing students to come and do the inflatable, but also getting them to register to vote. That's obviously the key part of that event. And then we have Green Assembly started, which I know Coordinator Boysen is very excited about. So the first one is Wednesday, September 21st in the Charge On Chamber. That's from 5 to 6 p.m. And then she also wanted me to share that Dean Berry will be attending the one on Wednesday, October 5th. So she said to say this, she expects everyone to come out. So please be there for that. And then finally, we do have our coffee break in the library with our academic affairs coordinator on Thursday, September 22nd. So I just wanted to share some of these upcoming events with you guys.
Are there any questions for the chief of staff? I'm going to go Senator Temple.
Just a quick recap. So what times are the Ready, Set, Vote, Green Assembly, and Coffee Break events?
Ready, Set, Vote is 11 to 2 p.m. And then coffee break is 2 to 4 p.m. And Green Assemblies are 5 to 6. And I can update that on the minutes.
Senator Holmes.
Was the game against FSU? No, wait.
FAU.
Not FAU. It's the USF. Was that the one that provides travel? Is that the one that provides travel?
So we did that for the basketball game.
Oh, okay.
So that's something we could potentially see ourselves doing that again. But for this one, we just thought we have like 250 tickets. So we thought it would be harder to provide travel. So just transport yourself.
Yeah, sorry. It's curiosity
No, of course.
question.
Are there any other questions for the chief of staff? Seeing none, Attorney General's report.
I'm going to read a report.
Chief of Staff Greenaway.
Hello, Senate. I hope you all are doing well. I'm currently in class. The statutes and Senate Rule 2 on the website aren't the most updated versions. They should be changed soon. But in the meantime, please refer to the copies I sent at the beginning of the month. As usual, if you'd like to request an official opinion, please utilize her form. And then any other questions regarding statutes, Senate rules, but don't want or need an opinion, always feel free to email her or chat with her when she's in the office. And then just email any questions to SGA_AG@UCF.
Are there any questions for Chief of Staff Greenaway for Attorney General Moore? Seeing none, thank you. Announcements from the Director of Communications, Director Turner. Are there any questions for Director Turner? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, announcements from the Chief Justice, Chief Justice Carroll.
Oh, there we go. I'm gonna start taking a spin scooter up here. That's a long walk. Okay. Hello, Senate. Judicial's first meeting was yesterday evening. We discussed our committees and our fall retreat date, as well as website updates we want to make and future plans for this year. We'll be meeting every Wednesday from 5 to 6 p.m. We'll be switching back and forth between the conference room and the chamber. So stop by, say hi if you ever have a free minute. I'd like to provide some clarification on the announcements I made a few weeks ago regarding advising, just because I've heard people talking and there seems to be some confusion. So we won't be advising students for student conduct anymore who have been charged with sexual misconduct violations. We feel like there's other resources and departments around campus who are better equipped to deal with these situations. And I feel like it is the best for the mental health of SG agents, especially those in judicial, to no longer handle these cases. To add on, if you have any questions regarding judicial decisions or anything regarding our internal matters, please ask or consult me directly. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the Chief Justice? Seeing none, thank you. Announcements from the Supervisor of Elections, none. Announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee Chair, none. Announcements from the Scholarship Committee Chair, Chair Green.
Hey guys, so glad to see everyone again. I just wanted to announce that our next scholarship committee meeting is going to be on Monday at 3:30 on Zoom. I plan on making sure I keep everyone in the loop over the rest of the semester and through spring, and I'm confident Vice Chair Robbins will fill in for whenever I cannot do so. She's been awesome so far, and I can't wait to keep working with both her and everyone involved with the committee. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Chair Greenup? Seeing none, thank you. Alrighty, give me one moment here, and I can begin about now. Alrighty, turn it off. Hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. Great to see you all back here. We will be having a long meeting today, so please plan accordingly. We will be here till midnight. I don't see a scenario we won't be, so please take the time to mentally prepare for that. I've taken Tylenol. As a reminder to all of Senate, if you have issues, concerns, or questions regarding anything within student government or Senate, please don't hesitate to reach out to myself or my office. I've already had people in the past reach out about specific complaints and things like that, and we've been able to sit down and work on them. Some are works in progress, but generally speaking, when there are concerns in Senate, I exist to help you. I cannot help you if I do not know that something is going on. Something that I have noticed has been happening is this idea that instead of speaking to the speaker, people feel the need to talk to other people who then, through the grapevine, let me eventually hear it. That's not how it's going to work. That I would highly encourage people to come forward to talk to me if there's concerns, especially there's concerns about myself, but generally speaking, what I'm talking more about is concerns with other people or initiatives, things like that. If you do not make the attempt to come to me, it is very, very difficult for me to do anything constructive about whatever issue it may be. I want to be able to work constructively. I want us to be able, as a body, to address problems when we see them and actually do something about them. That was a problem that we saw all of summer. I've already seen it happen a little bit already. And I just wanted to make it very clear to everyone, whether you're a committee chair, a caucus chair, a senator, and everything in between, I exist to help you. If you have concerns, you have issues, please come to me. I encourage you to. And if you don't trust me, go to our advising staff, go to administration, go to whoever you need to relay these concerns. Because I have heard things about, in some cases, more serious conversations and issues that exist more as a Senate culture. And again, I want to be able to do everything that I possibly can to create as equitable and as fair of an environment as possible. But it is extremely hard for me to do that if nobody is willing to actually talk to me and works behind the scenes or behind, to be frank, my back in working on these things. So I just want to make that clear to everybody. I want to help everyone. I am not anybody's enemy here. And I would really, really genuinely like for us to address the problems that we have in a meaningful way. In lighter news, if you have not filled it out yet, please fill out the Speaker's Office SG Polo request form. We have a ton of those in a box. That was a weird transition, but anyways, we have a bunch in our boxes that I would love to distribute to everyone. Every senator is entitled to one. I will say that we are running low on mediums, so once we have run out, we will be working to like reorder more shirts, things like that. I'm hoping to start getting those distributed next week, but I realize because we have not met in Senate, I sent this through an email, but I wanted to put it out on the floor before we started distributing because I want to make sure that everyone gets their swag. With that, I hereby resign Stefania Salerno from the College of Sciences. And then when it comes to dismissals, for context, if you miss the first meeting of the year without a proper excuse, you are unfortunately dismissed. So I hereby dismiss Jay Parmar from the College of Engineering and Computer Science, Savannah Beaumont from the College of Health Professions and Sciences, and Kevin Martinez from the College of Business Administration. I will say, and we will address it later, Senator Parmar has requested to be brought back into Senate, so we will be seeing that tonight as well. With that, are there any questions for the speaker? Chair Anderson.
Just a very quick question. I know you're not always on your phone and whatnot, but is there a certain amount of time that we can see a response for whether it be a text, a group me message, or an email? I think that's just the main concern.
Yeah, so the biggest thing that I will say in something that I will probably be announcing is my actual schedule for the week. As actually Director Turner previously talked about for herself, I am also a full-time student and graduating next semester. Fingers crossed. So I'm also extremely busy, but I want to make time for everybody. The most ideal way to bring a concern to me is via email or just questions because it's a more formal process. But when it comes to GroupMe, generally 9 to 5. I will take stuff in the evening. I will not take stuff at night or in the early hours of the morning because I need time to decompress from everything. So yes, I'm a human, but yeah. So the best way, definitely within that time frame, and then when it comes to especially more formal requests, things like that, email is the most preferred method. Are there any other questions for the speaker, Chair Borges?
I was going to ask during Senate exec, but do you have any update on the name tags?
So I'll be speaking with Brody next week, mostly because of Labor Day, and then something I also will mention in my schedule. I will not be here on Tuesdays at all. I have classes in downtown from like 10 a.m. to like 4:30 p.m. So by the time that I am here, office is closed, and I will not get Jax's wrath, rightful wrath, because y'all need to get out of the office. But the days that me and Brody, this is the first time I've seen him in person, so we will be doing that next week. Are there any other questions for the speaker, Chair Borges?
All right. This is just about like the putting in the announcement deadline. I wanted to know like if you could explain like the chosen time where you chose it, and then like what happens if we don't have it in by 6.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first half.
For our announcement deadline to put it in the minutes.
Yeah.
I just want to know like how the time came up, like how you picked the time, and then what happens if we don't put it in on time.
So generally, don't expect anything to necessarily happen. Nobody will be held in non-compliance. It just helps getting the Senate meeting agenda squared away, as well as I have gathered very much today, people actually read the meeting agenda before the meeting, but earlier in the day. So that's awesome to see. But just so people, especially non-committee chairs and everything, can see the stuff, as well as it gives people before Senate exec time to prepare. But yeah, but generally, if there's an issue where you can't get the report in by that time, more than happy to just send me a group message or whatever, and there's not going to be any like penalty or anything like that. But yeah, are there any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, internal legislative assistant report. ILA Almanchili is unfortunately not here with us right now, but the only thing to report is that SGLC interviews will begin next week, and that he was able to meet with the rest of kind of SGLC throughout the day, I believe yesterday, to have kind of an in-depth conversation about kind of how the interview process and everything is going to go. Are there any questions for the ILA, Chair Borges?
It's okay if you don't know the answer. Are we going to be able to sit in on those meetings, or are we not doing that this year?
From what I have been told, it's going to be contained to the SGLC coordinators. But yeah. Are there any other questions for the ILA? Seeing none, announcements from the external legislative assistant, ELA DeMarla.
Hi guys, I hope everyone is having an amazing week so far. I'm excited to be the ELA and see what I can do for you. I want to start off with stating what steps I'll be taking this immediate week. To start off, I'll be creating updated group chats for dean meetings for all the updates to our Senate roster. And so I encourage everyone to have one-on-one meetings with me. I was going to set up like a Calendly link, but I kind of want to make these more informal meetings, like rather than just sitting in an office or doing it in Zoom. If you guys want to invite me to an RSO event that you're a part of, or like anything on campus, or like go on a nature trail or something, and then we can have our one-on-one through that, I would much rather enjoy that. And also I like exploring parts of UCF that I have never seen before. And then I'll also follow that up with group discussion meetings, which is something that was in my goal sheet. So this will probably come within like 2 weeks, so you'll hear about it again next week. But for more reference, like I want to have like a brainstorming session where we kind of all senators sit down and talk about their initiatives, build off of each other, and then we can all like vote on a like a leader for the dean meeting. But yeah. And then another thing that I'm working on is accessibility steps, which is another one of my goal sheets. So you'll get some emails about this, whether I'm going to make a task force or not. I'll like think about it a little more, but I will be taking some steps, especially with other branch heads and other people of different branch heads, or branches, to see what I can do regarding making our documents more accessible for people of different languages and of reading abilities. And then I'm also going to create a socials team. I feel like I want to have more fun events in Senate. So I'll have like a little Google form sent out, and I'd like to have a little group of people work on building like events and fun stuff and a good atmosphere in Senate. And then kind of mentioned this already, I'll be meeting with other branches and also like committees just to see what I can do for them, if I need to change the website, and like how I can work and represent all of you guys to the other branches so we can all work efficiently together. And thank you. If you have any questions, do ask me.
Are there any questions for ELA DeMarla? Seeing none. Senator Cassidy.
I was just going to ask in regards to the initiatives that we started like with our dean meetings during the summer, will we be progressing with those, or are we starting from scratch?
I guess it depends on what the responses are. I'll look through the old meeting minutes and see like because I know some of them were shut down. So those ones we probably will drop. But if there are initiatives that we did mention and they said they took they'll like, oh, we're working on it. We'll definitely follow through on that. I'll also send them emails. Besides that, I want to focus probably more on new initiatives during the actual dean meeting, but I will be contacting them to follow through on stuff. Or if we're building off of them, then we can also mention the dean meeting.
Are there any other questions for ELA DeMarla? Seeing none, Senate President Pro Temp's report, Pro Tem Foster.
Hello. Hope everybody was able to stay dry on this really wet Thursday. So first things, the most important announcement I have tonight is please do your financial training. It is due September 12th, which is this Monday. Only about 8 to 9 people have emailed me screenshots or grouped me screenshots. So shout out to everybody who already did it, but please get it done by Monday or I'll have to hold you in non-compliance. And I really don't want to do that. So please do your financial training. I also attached a link right here in the minutes. So there's no excuse now. You don't need to do it right at the moment, but just click it. You can literally click it and enroll in the course because it is a web course. Also, I briefly mentioned this in the group me. There's going to be a student leader family weekend reception at the Burnett House. The Burnett House is where President Cartwright himself lives. So Dr. G, who's the director of PLC, she's really cool. She asked me if I wanted to see some Senate representation there. So I forwarded her a list of everyone's name, seat number, and Senate email. So please actually check your Senate email. I know a lot of you guys don't check your email. Please check your email if you want to go. It's a really good opportunity to network with a lot of people around campus. You get to talk to the president himself. So if you have any concerns or you just want to meet him for the first time, this is a really good opportunity to do that. So just stay tuned. If she reaches out to me about anything, make sure to update you guys. Also, I want to give a really big shout out to the caucuses. I see the caucuses have been working really hard lately. Black Caucus hosted a really great event last week. I was able to volunteer and kind of reminded me why I joined student government. I had a lot of fun out there, and I want to help more caucuses. So if your caucus has any events planned or anything of that nature, please let me know. If I'm free, I will definitely volunteer. Also, I was reached out by somebody in the faculty senate. They want to see more graduate student representation in the faculty senate. So they asked me if me and Senator Domino over here would be interested in sitting on any faculty senate committees. So I reached out and I said, yeah, we'd be interested in it. So kind of waiting to hear back from that, but maybe potentially faculty senate collaboration we can do, or if you have any concerns you want us to bring up to the faculty senate, let me know. We'll be able to do that. And last but not least, I hereby appoint AJ Patel to the position of Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations.
Are there any questions for the Senate President Pro Tempore? Seeing none. Oh, Chair Anderson.
Just a really quick question. Seeing as we made eye contact when you said grad students, when will you be reaching out to Domino?
I did reach out to Domino. I told him a little bit. I guess he didn't expect me to name drop him on the floor, but I did reach out to him. He was pretty excited about it as well.
Are there any other questions for the President Pro Tempore? Seeing none, Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs report, D-Leg McClellan.
Good evening, everybody. Although it has been 2 weeks since I've been confirmed, I would like to take this chance to thank you all for allowing me to serve you all as D-Leg. This week, I have written 1 fiscal bill and approved 2 resolutions to be seen on first reading. Although, thinking about it, you'll be seeing 3 fiscal bills that I've written on first reading this week because we did not have Senate last week. And then to echo what Pro Tem Foster said, make sure you get your fiscal training done. And as always, legislation needs to be submitted Wednesdays by 5 p.m. to be considered for approval to be seen that week. It has to be sent to not only Pro Tem Foster and myself to be considered. I said that word weird. Myself and Pro Tem Foster have to be included on the email for it to be considered. And if you ever need anything from me or have any questions or concerns, please do not hesitate to reach out to me.
Are there any questions for D-Leg McClellan? Seeing none, Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations report, none. Caucus reports, Asian Pacific Islander American Caucus, Chair Patel.
Give me a second. Okay, we had an eventful meeting. Black Caucus joined us. We also had a new member, Yashika Moda. She's not here today, but it was great. Netta was also there. And then, side note, we had like the biggest attendance APIA ever had in the 54th session. So like we were happy. A lot of discussion was there. Oh yeah, and Senator Borges was there too. So sorry, I mentioned you. And then we just talked about, because we had Senator Temple there, and it was very helpful because we talked about our timeline for the GAP initiatives we have on working on MSB and 2A. I don't remember the exact number of the bill, but we're basically working on legislation, and we want to send a letter to the Capitol, Florida, and then also draft a resolution in the future in the coming months.
I'm just going to ask quickly. Did you come in late just to do were you president voting?
Yes, I made it right before my name was called.
Okay, awesome. Okay, I just want to make sure. Are there any questions for the APIA caucus chair? Seeing none, caucus reports, Black Caucus, Chair Holmes.
Hi, everyone. So yesterday, sorry. Yesterday we completed our natural hair survey. It's a new one because I think I told you already, but we had to crack down only to shampoo and conditioner for now. Wendy Shively and Rick Falco were amazing with helping us gain ideas for what to put in the natural hair survey. And I'm really excited about it. So it was sent to Director Turner to be distributed soon. And we're accompanied by Shariah Brown. The Black Caucus could not have done this without her. She was the one who brought it to us. And she's just been an amazing help and really brought this initiative to the forefront of our priorities. So we would just really appreciate her, even though she's not here. And we confirmed the very last details for our collaboration with Disability Caucus on sickle cell awareness. It's prospectively going to be on November 14th and 15th. So once we get that, all the details solidified, I'll do a formal announcement, and y'all can participate if you would like. Thank you, Chair Tasha, for coming. And that's it.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Holmes? Seeing none, Disability Caucus report, Chair Teche.
Howdy, friends. So first of all, obviously I went to the Black Caucus meeting to discuss Sickle Cell Awareness Month. I also met with President Lopez to discuss how the executive branch can help us with our goals for the upcoming year and how we can help them with a lot of the great work they're trying to do around accessibility on campus. And then I also had a meeting today with Director Meyer from Student Accessibility Services to talk about fall priorities. And then I didn't write this, but I'll just address it. I'm at both of those meetings, both with President Lopez and with Director Meyer. I did talk about the potential confirmation of Colby Smith. I'm about to leave right after I give this announcement. So if you have questions for me you wanted to ask during that confirmation, if it's okay with the speaker, I'm fine with you asking me them now to see what I thought about those meetings. But we don't have an official statement from the caucus because honestly, we just didn't agree to one. So we don't have one. But if you want to ask me personally what I found out, go ahead.
Are there any questions for Chair Teche? ELA DeMarlo.
Can I ask what you found out?
Oh, I mean, I meant more specifics, but I mean, I guess like, I don't know, like at the meeting with Director Meyer, I found out that Colby met with him and someone from ADA compliance. Exec reached out to make that meeting happen. He showed them some of his videos so they could give feedback and see, you know, if he learned and, you know, if there was anything he can improve on, whatever. In the meeting with President Lopez, she told me that, you know, former Chair Cox had sent him a bunch of videos, and I asked if he had watched those. And President Lopez said yes, that, you know, he had watched those and tried to learn and whatever and was adapting. But yeah.
Are there any other questions for Chair Teche? Seeing none, Hispanic Latinx, Senator Hall.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, you mentioned that people didn't agree and that's why there was no statement. Were there any draft statements that you could share with us or any briefs on different opinions that people had within the caucus?
So the only statement that was written as a draft was one that I wrote, and then every person in the caucus disagreed with it. So I'd rather not share that, as I wrote it as a statement for the caucus, and the caucus doesn't approve of it. So I'd prefer not to.
Are there any other questions for Chair Teche? Senator Brenner?
Can you just go over what you talked about with the SAS director?
Yeah, first of all, nice to meet you. Trying to remember. That was this morning. I didn't take notes. I mainly just went over our fall priorities with him and talked about, you know, what we were doing, and he gave some feedback on, you know, where stuff at the university might be with things like that. Mainly, he just wanted to bring up a couple things to me. He asked for the meeting. He wanted to bring up the situation with Colby because he had just had that meeting and wanted to let me know about it. We also talked a little bit about some ideas he was having surrounding like trying to create more of a like cultural group. That's not the right word, but you know, like a social group regarding you know, students with disabilities. So that way it wasn't just, you know, student accessibility services helping them out with like testing and things. It was more of like a community.
Senator Borges?
Are you aware that in the group me had a statement that no one objected against? And do you want me to read that instead?
I was not aware because I was in class. I mean, I guess if everyone else agreed to it, you can go ahead and read that during the confirmation. I guess that's fine.
Are there any other questions for Chair Teche? Seeing none, Hispanic Latinx Caucus Chair, Chair Salcedo.
Hi, everyone. There is no caucus this Friday because it's a football game.
Are there any questions for Chair Salcedo? Seeing none, LGBTQ plus Caucus Chair, Chair Yalamachili. None. Women's Caucus Chair, Chair Sabula.
Hi everyone. So we didn't have a meeting this week, but we did have one
And it made me really happy that there was a lot of, there's like a big turnout, even of like non-caucus members. So speaking of non-caucus members, if you want to join, just send me and Speaker Hall an email saying that you want to join, and you will be put onto the caucus in the next meeting. So yeah, nothing else.
Are there any questions for Chair Sabula? Seeing none. Unfinished business, none. Fiscal committee caucus time. Okay, to explain this, because I know everyone cried for a second looking at how much committee caucus time we have in total, also counting ENA. I've discussed this with Brody about the way that we can do this as efficiently as possible. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to have FAO meet in here, and we're going to have CRT meet in the conference room. So if you are in either of those committees, to please, either if you're FAO, stay here, or if you're CRT, to the conference room in the office. It will reconvene, and then ORS will have 10 minutes in here as well.
You want if I go to FAO?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think it was about Parma. Because he was a member of FAO. Yeah.
If you're not in FAO, but you're staying in the chamber, please be quiet so they can start their meeting.
Every once in a while, I feel like I'm but too. Yeah. The rest of the week, not really.
I could take it. I mean, I have never taken FU minutes, but I can try.
It's not that bad.
Mhm.
We're listening.
Make you feel better?
No, it's fine.
Sometimes the cartoon is I'm not sure.
Actually, last time, am I the ORS rep? Yeah, last time, what am I doing? The video was off, the sound still on. I'm ORS rep right now, so.
Do you have access to the
Okay, that's what I thought I had.
Yeah.
Katrina texted me.
You need one allocation?
Yeah, we're like 10 minutes starts now. All right, I hereby call this meeting to order at 8:08 p.m. Roll call verification of quorum. It's gonna be successful.
Yeah, all right, that's
So
what
we
we
just
are.
decided.
It's SGO, Mike. It's Nick. Like the color, yeah, yeah.
Like the color.
One.
One. Okay, we're good.
So 6.4 is correct.
Yeah. I know, that's, okay, we should be able to get that in.
Shall we refresh? All right, you refresh. Form is verified, 6.4.
Awesome, thank you. Approve the minutes. Take a look over last meeting's minutes and I'll take the motion.
Move to approve last meeting's minutes.
There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the minutes stand approved. Approval of the agenda. Take a second to look over today's agenda, and I'll take another motion. So, there's been a motion to approve today's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the agenda stands approved. Announcements from the chair. So super quick today, we're seeing allocation 5417, which we postponed on Tuesday. So that is all we have today. Should be super straightforward. Are there any questions for me? Seeing none, announcements from vice chair, none, sad face, announcements from committee members.
Mayor first?
I don't know.
Oh,
Pro
cool.
Tempore?
Yeah. Junior financial training. Your fiscal superstar from FAO. This is one of my favorite fiscal committees. Please do the financial training by so Nine. No, Mike. 8/12 November. Sorry, 9/12. 9/12.
Awesome. Are there any questions for Nick? Seeing none, the rest don't have any. Okay, announcements from non-committee members. None. Old business allocations. Allocation 5417. All right. So the representative from the game development nights, if you can come closer to the table so we can hear you better.
Yeah, come on. It's each question you debate, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I've never seen fiscal
Questions, all right, Sarah, motion for 3 minute speeches, unlimited questions, unlimited debate. So moved. Okay, awesome. So whenever you're ready, you'll have 3 minutes if you want to just tell us a little bit about your RSO, what you're requesting funding for, and how you think this will benefit your RSO.
So I'm Jeff Murray. I'm president of Game Dev Nights. Our RSO is one of the largest educational RSOs. We support game developers who are hobbyists and also those that are seeking to enter the professional industry through workshops, speaker events, live tutorials. We have online resources, and also we provide networking through our end-of-year banquet where we have studios coming in to review portfolios and resumes. The event that we have coming up is our general body meeting. We have a couple of indie studios that were previous alumni from the group that are coming, and we're trying to provide food, and rubber ducks were a duck event thing that we're trying to do. There's a concept in programming called rubber duck and the problem, where you basically talk to a rubber duck about the problem and you can figure it out that way. That's what we're trying to provide.
That's great. Awesome, thank you. And now we have questions from the committee. Some side notes I want to put out since we saw them last time. So I did get an updated catering quote from them. They're going with Chewy's, which is on the downtown catering list, because that's on downtown, not this main campus. So that is an approved caterer. If there are any questions on that. I got the updated promotional artwork. Well, item artwork, since the items are only being used at the event, they're not considered promo, so they didn't get the same one, because that was a question I was brought up last time too. So those are the two main points. Okay, that's it for me. Are there any questions?
What number should I put in the slip? Should I put in the original request total or the final request total?
So the final request, when we're like done questioning and debate, the one, whatever's in the bottom of the final request, that's what we're doing.
Okay.
Nick?
Are you aware of the post-funding process?
Are there any other questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Alexa? We're given a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll now be in debate. Alexa?
Literally not even thank you. We've already had a question with the previous representative. Literally all of our questions were answered. They were extremely receptive and we brought everything that we did. So it was great.
Is there any other debate? If not, I'll take a motion. Do you know the motion? I'm still learning it. No, you're good, yeah. There's been a motion to vote on allocation 5417. Are there any objections? Seeing none, on that, we'll vote on the procedures. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? The vote counts up 6-0. Congratulations, your allocation passes for $642.59.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you guys will send us an email.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah. So you'll receive an email shortly with the next steps of the funding process. And thank you for coming in.
Thank you so much.
Have a fabulous night.
Too.
This committee is fun. I know. What's the reversion for this?
Second. All right, bills none, resolutions none, new business none, member discussion, is there any motion to speak in member discussion? Seeing none, seeing none, miscellaneous business, Scarlett. Who's your vice chair? It's current page. I because I became SBA chair, I couldn't. You know, Scarlett, follow-up question, what time does SBA meet? Tuesdays at 1 p.m. I'll be talking about that more in your second. Yeah, think about it, why you want to know that? No, that was cool.
Maybe not.
All right, well, that's okay, me too, but I ended up being vice chair anyways, and I stay at the gym, so I'll have to say bye, unfortunately.
All right, is there a motion to adjourn? Did you call a roll call?
So moved.
All right, now call a roll call. Oh, some I hereby adjourn this meeting at 8:15.
Great work. Okay, 66 of 4.
Would you actually be vice chair FAO?
You thought about it, yeah.
I think
You talked about it.
You should
do it. It's literally just typing.
My
It's
first question is-
literally basically, but like, pretty much. Yeah, approval of the minutes, yeah, but like, you don't even have to say. You don't even say. You don't say that. All you say is how many people are there.
Yeah, all you do
But
is
you count them
roll
all.
call. Yeah.
For you, one pretty much just keep them organized, because if not, she'll lose all her stuff. So like, the forms that are there, all you gotta do is like update the forms. What's the reverse
And then you'll have access, I can have access, but you'll probably talk for me. If you do,
Did you change your hair color?
I know, I did.
And you'll have access.
Well, so you gotta say there.
Whoever will have access So to sorry, it, and you'll be able to like look at forms and stuff like that, and you get submissions, and basically just know what she's talking about. Sometimes, when I first started, I don't know about letting have access. And she was talking about this specific graduation. And then I found out,
Oh, let's see,
I was like,
it's like
now I
you
do
know.
have an idea. You said the announcement, I was like.
I have a little notebook of everyone's name for the fun.
Because I did it last week, I didn't do it yet. I'm looking.
Okay, show me how to do reversion date though. Bro, it's literally, do you literally just put in the date and it like pops up, or? Actually, because that's what I wanted to do last time when I put in the first date of it, the previous meeting, and it like. and then
Ethan
it popped
probably
up,
knows.
and it popped up, But that would be so smart if you just put like it.
I should know.
Is there a way to, on sheets, like, put in the time limit, so like if she puts in the date and it was. Yeah, accepted,
Like
could
the
it like
formula?
pop out a reversion date?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a function,
So you could do that.
there's a formula you can put in that says, take this date and add a certain number of work days. But you can set it to add a certain number of days or add a certain number of work days, which is Monday through Friday or whatever.
Do that, because that would make it so much easier.
I can help you do that later.
Okay, yeah, Brody's the go-to. I was gonna say, Brody's the go. Brody's the go. We appreciate Brody.
Nick, if as people come up to do the presentation, so I'll have the presentation up there and then just skip through.
Oh, did AJ email you his PowerPoint?
Yep.
Sweet.
I didn't know you said have that.
Okay, dude, why did I even know Laura's was meeting?
Alright.
Literally, no one told me.
She's talking about it, and she's like, wait, all right.
That's exactly what happened. Literally, somebody told you all of a sudden now you got to reference.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I just need to remember this. It was super quick. We just used like one quote.
What's the event end date? Is it
It
one
was,
day?
yeah, it was literally just the end month of it, because what we had previously were just estimates.
Wait, Lexi, did you get 3
Oh,
p.m.?
this is stupid.
You did?
Yeah.
Ryan told me that changed that Daryl actually didn't even know about it. People were like working on it.
So is the reversion date in
The
September?
child did it.
Oh, okay. It's been a long day. Yeah,
It's
you
30
have to-
days
yes,
from-
yes, yes.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
happy about that.
From today.
No, it was-
So 30 days from the 30th.
Is, the.
Are there 31 days?
We We are next.
Or of the month.
Like database, no, like once it's
And the 30th.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Bruh, you're not Brody.
Well, it's approved. So my name's not Brody.
No,
That's what I was about to say. I was like, it's so white. She's a white man.
I saw.
Whoa! I'm protecting because my dad is a white man. I trust him.
Why is he? I Okay. I want to know. I know, yeah, I think it went really good. Oh, so natural world. Yeah, I got it. That's really fine. That's what I was thinking. I was like, if they didn't reach out to like a different organization like that.
I told her already. So she is very eventual to having people power.
Really? You get here, you wanna. It was torrential rain.
Oh, what is this? Oh. So when I get back to my friend's mom, yeah, I was lots of Richard. Like, I'm like, the trail always like,
I was in the office. And I checked my phone.
I don't even know what to reach out.
Sorry, I was late. Oh my god.
Like, I didn't even know what to
Oh, he got still form. Oh man, my socks are still wet. They're still wet. I know. Feels like I heard you. Like so far, it's crazy. It was my first meeting. I think it's the easiest. I see your numbers are a little bit smaller. It's so easy.
Or meets in 10 after 10 minutes at the beginning most daily.
Thank you.
I just told Leslie that I reclined back earlier to see you drive, and I took a nap right now. Yeah.
See, if I fall asleep, you're not gonna go to bed. Like, my naps are like bullshit. It's ridiculous. It's really bad. Like, go ahead and mark me down for that half hour.
Oh my god, that actually so funny.
No, sometimes it's really bad. And I try so hard to fight. That was me cry. It's embarrassing. So I'm like, one day I'm either gonna drool or I'm gonna smack my head across the desk. I'm like, kind of so. Exactly. And I sometimes I do this thing, and I realize men do it more often than women, from personal preference. Yeah. Where they're like, and I'm like, what are you fighting? Like, the same thing dogs do while they run in their.
Oh, yeah,
that's what it is. And I'm like, what is it?
Women have very creative imaginations.
Weird. It's so weird. Creative imagination. Where do you want that? So your dog is like different than your blue players.
Yes.
I do it. Dr. Strange. Oh, 100%.
He's like in like the Roman Republic.
Yeah, he is fighting the Roman Empire.
Or the Roman Empire.
There's nobody else. He becomes the Colosseum.
He's like fighting lions.
His legs are the columns. But
Stop. You have to have enough legs so that you can have the columns of 8 legs.
So you just have to be thinking it's
Please never say that sentence again. Please never
Oh,
say
I
that
just watched recording.
You'll be asleep. You literally can't watch.
I regret answering that.
Literally, I watched it once. I got even the way through. I like put it at full speed and still going through it. I couldn't do it. Like at first I'm like, and I'm like, whatever I didn't do on the recording, I was trying to figure out some information, and I literally I put it at full speed, and I like.
Everything's so long, Phil went on people and everything, and sometimes you can't hear it, because I don't know why you can't hear it.
Unless there's like some big thing that happens visually, like somebody jumps in the table, I'm not gonna know that that's the time that I can look for.
The camera people are funny though, sometimes like you zoom in like so serious.
Like really close to, and I'm like, I could literally pick a booger and you could be zoomed on me, and this is for everybody. Like,
Last
that's
year,
fair.
we had a special Senate because we did the budget session where it was just budget, voting, debate, everything else for the budget. I remember someone did something funny, so I started like laughing, and the camera was like zooming in, and I was like, what?
That little people right there, they're in there. It's a little dark room, and they just like little birds.
They probably laugh.
And then like at the end of the meeting, they pop out, and you're like, you've been in this entire time. I know, and rarely ever the biggest guy.
Is in debate right now, they're just about to wrap up.
Thanks, Ethan.
So once they're done for us,
Yeah, they for us come down here, so you guys get your break.
Oh, or it's not me.
No, not yet.
Like,
I lost
in
my
everything.
I thought you had to come back.
I'm scrolling on, we end up doing it again, because he didn't say ORS, did he?
Oh yeah, did you?
Okay, no. Oh, okay. Because over the summer, I don't think I can be here. Like, I don't think I can be here later on the summer. I have to. Yeah, it was. How long did you do it? A week ago. It could be. It's not the one.
We went to Joshua Orange.
Yeah.
Yo, Dylan is the Dean, Senate for Holland.
100%. If he does, we're fighting.
I think it was
Because
because
y'all cannot find. I don't miss me all like, yeah, we're fighting. We need to do a hard meeting. That would be amazing. I want complimented on my fit today. I want you to feel my shirt. And I know, and then it's back. No, I'm not dressed up as feel my shirt and tell me your life's up. No.
Oh my God, I so saw.
If I air everywhere, it's just about retirement.
What if someone stood on the bus Vader like costume like the mask?
Yeah, I would tell you.
Can we like
A Doris
Halloween costume?
Oh, that would be so cool. I want to see it.
Don't mess with me. I'm gonna get the paint and face. I'll be like, oh, hey, bro. Let's go, baby. Oh, we're sitting on the ground. I don't like that side of the table, sorry. He looks wet over here.
Projects for us is big.
Yeah, we can't
go outside. We're not-
The agenda's in the ORS drive for anyone who doesn't know. Not that it would be anywhere different, but.
There's a reason I ran the Zoom for hurry up, or us or us. Oh. I don't know what to say, but. She's a rat.
I call this meeting to order at 8:29 p.m. Sorry. Roll call and verification of quorum, Vice Chair Robbins.
Chair Wanjin,
Present.
Vice Chair Robin, Senator Borges, Senator Castillo, Senator Gale, Senator Potier. Isn't she here?
I didn't care see her.
Okay. Senator Temple,
Present.
Senator Uchoa, Pro Temp Rep.
Present.
Quorum is verified.
We're now in approval of the minutes. If you'd look over next meeting's minutes, I will take a motion. Temple.
Move to approve last meeting's minutes.
There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the minutes stand approved. Today's agenda, please look over today's agenda and I will take a motion. Temple.
Move to approve this meeting's agenda.
There's been a motion to approve this meeting's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the agenda stands approved. Announcement from the chair. Hey guys, this shouldn't take too long. Sorry that we're caucusing. It's only one post-funding review. Announcements from the vice chair. None. Announcements from committee members. Good. And announcements from non-committee members. None. Old business, post-funding reviews, CRT 53-140, Saichi International Honor Society. Are you here? Okay. If you guys could just come up to one of the seats with a mic, that'd be great. I should have done this before the meeting. You can sit anywhere. It doesn't matter if there's stuff at it. Just ignore it. Is there a motion for speeches, questioning, and debate? Temple.
Move for 3-minute speeches, unlimited questioning, unlimited debate.
There's been a motion for 3-minute speeches, unlimited questioning, and unlimited debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion stands approved. So you guys will have 3 minutes to explain whenever you're ready. This is about CRT 53-140, a reversion of 100% on an allocation of $320. You may start whenever you're ready.
Okay, we can't speak to it yet because we don't know what the issue is. So could you explain to us what we did so we can try to address it?
So I'll explain to the best of my ability. I don't have a lot of information either. I was hoping you'd bring it. Basically this is CRT 53-140. It was for a conference that you guys got approved to take 2 members to. None of the funds were used, and I don't really have anything else at the moment.
Okay, I'm not sure which of the 2 people they were. I think one of them was Danielle, so I'll give her a minute to explain what happened and why she dropped out. The other one, I believe, was Chuck Lively, and we switched to because it ended up being him, we switched to an individual request, and I thought he did get the funding for as an individual, but not as a group.
So I wasn't able to attend just simply because I actually had to use me PTO the month previously. My aunt was unfortunately diagnosed with cancer and given another week. So we were kind of just saying our goodbyes at like a rush kind of thing going on. So I wasn't able to attend because of that.
Okay, awesome. Was that everything you guys had? Okay, I'm going to take that as a yes. We're now in questioning. Are there any questions for the RSO or us?
This is more for you. I'm looking on the CRT tracker where this was approved, and I see there was 3 students funded, and then the total requested was 480, but the total approved was 320. Do you know anything about that? Was there any notes left, or?
So there weren't notes left, but I did go through the minutes from that CRT meeting. If you give me a moment, I'm trying to remember what they. Okay, thank you. This says 2 members. My guess is that they had originally requested 3 members, and then it got dropped almost immediately. Like that number dropped down to 2. I'm not 100% sure. You can ask that question to the RSO and see if they know either, but I don't. Borges.
Thank you. Okay, so I see the original request looks like it had 3 students. Was that the original request, and then you guys immediately dropped at the meeting?
Yes, we originally had 3, and one of them immediately told us, I'm sorry, I can't make it. She had family issues. I don't know the details because she's no longer a member of the club, and I didn't push her on that. So we immediately asked for a change in the allocation.
Potier. So noted at 8:34 p.m. Gal.
Hi, thank you for coming. What was this conference? And yes, what was the conference?
Okay, the conference is the Southeastern Psychological Association, which is a regional division of the American Psychological Association. So it's a psychology conference that has both applied clinical and research. So I had a number of students go that were presenting their research. And Psychi being a psychology conference, it's a chance to network, learn more about the field. There's also Psychi national representation at the meeting, and they do a bunch of sessions specifically for Psychi officers and trainings and things like that. So excellent opportunity for them.
McClellan.
2 questions, if I may. One for the RSO, one for you.
You may.
So you mentioned that you ended up having to submit another allocation request for one individual when this one wasn't used. The individual that could go got an individual request to go.
That is my understanding, and I was reading over the emails, and our president, and I just read it, that the president said, yes, she put in for the individual request for that individual.
And then the question for you was, do we know if that's accurate?
So what I have seen, because I originally had them on fiscal probation twice, because they had a second allocation that got approved for the same conference before CRT undid it, but I don't think they ever sent to like the accountants that it was undone. Basically, yes, they requested another allocation for one individual, and that got changed into the individual request. He mentioned Chuck Lively, who had a request that got approved as far as the minutes I'm seeing, but on their tracker from last year, it's showing denied. So I don't have a reason why that happened and why everything got moved around, because I did a decent amount of research, but since I didn't know the name, I couldn't do that much. Yeah, go.
Okay, a few questions, if I may, and this is directed to you. So there, if I'm correct and understanding properly, there were 2 allocations for the same org. The RSO, from my understanding what they just said, did 2 allocations for the same exact event. One got canceled though, and it wasn't communicated to the business office. Do we know if that was ever communicated to the RSO as well? Was there any communication of the discrepancies for this allocation to the RSO?
I have no idea. I don't have access to the CRT chair email, and I was not on CRT that time last session.
I'm asking a question to the RSO. Thank you. Were you aware that one of the allocations got canceled? Did you hear back from the business office regarding any of these allocations, any of the 2 allocations that were approved and then denied?
No, I wasn't clear on that. I don't remember getting notification that one was denied. But I do think the reason there were 2 was because it was sequential. Originally it was a group grant, and then when it turned out to be one person, we switched it to a one person. I'm not sure why that got denied.
Borjas.
Clarifying question for you. So just to make sure I'm understanding this properly, I see 2 different requests from this RSO for the same conference, one with 3 people requested, then with 2, and one with 9 people. Can you elaborate?
Can you tell me which one is 9 people?
54, 155 in the committee tracker 2021-2022.
I've got nothing. Yeah, directed to the RSO is my suggestion. Borjas.
Okay, so what I'm seeing here is that one request that you guys already explained was with 3 students that dropped to 2. I see another request for 9 students for the same RSO, like your RSO, to go to the same conference. What happened with that allocation with 9 students?
I don't think we had a request for 9 students, but there are several Psychi chapters. Could it be that that was one of the other Psychi chapters? We're Psychi chapter from the Sanford Lake Mary UCF. So if it was the Orlando campus or the Palm Bay campus, that could explain it. Different chapter.
Thank you. That is exactly what it was. Go.
I was going to make a motion to go to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. McClellan.
So, for my understanding with this specific one, the one that had 2 individuals, the reason why all the funds were reverted is because one of the individual's family members came with cancer, and I think that not going on that trip and spending time with family was the right decision, and I completely understand why that's what happened. And as for the other individual, went on to go into the conference with another allocation. So, and this is my first time in ORS, but I'm going to say we don't sanction them, and I would vote in favor of not sanctioning them.
I'd like to hear more debate. Borges.
Sorry, this is another question. There are so many different Science International requests on this. That's why I'm confused. Have we went over the one that was denied for the singular person? Is that the one we're talking about, the singular person that was denied?
So the one with the singular person that was denied, basically what happened was it was originally approved, but then apparently the RSO said, hey, this is supposed to be for an individual, and they changed it to an individual, which I assume is the one that's Charles Lively, but that also would connect it back to 146 rather than 140. I have no idea what's going on with 140, and that is why I am still confused about what happened to the other person. Gal.
I share similar sentiments as D-Leg. McClellan, not only is it a family emergency, I think there are so many question marks with this and this organization that I would be okay with not sanctioning, because it seems like there are a lot of discrepancies between the communication and forms and record of CRT, the accountant's office communication with the RSO. I think that this issue goes beyond the responsibility of the RSO alone, and it also falls on us as a body. And so I think that I would be in favor of no sanction for this RSO. But with regard that they do understand the post-funding process, and as far as I believe this was on the first week. Yeah, no further debate.
I would like to note that all of the confusion about communication is not in regards to this allocation for us.
May I ask a question and then debate?
You may.
Okay, so is there, are you able to explain why we're caucusing right now? Is this a time sensitive reason?
The reason we're caucusing right now is because I didn't know so much was going to be on this agenda, and they cannot make it to our Tuesday meetings, so it had to be a caucus.
That kind of changes how I was going to debate, but essentially with my debate, I was going to say I wasn't comfortable voting at all right now because I still am very confused. So I'd rather wait to vote and have to have another caucus than vote right now to not sanction if it truly was somehow their fault, which as of now doesn't look that way, but can always change. So as of now, I want to vote to postpone. Obviously, I want to hear more debate before I make a motion. So,
Uchoa?
I do agree with Senator Borges. I think that we don't know a lot about this in order to make a vote. I don't feel comfortable making a vote right now. We do know that 50% of the fault was not their fault. We know that it was something that was a family emergency, and we completely understand that, but we got to figure out what happened with the other 50%. And there is a lot of confusion going on, so I would vote to postpone this matter as well.
McClellan?
As you mentioned, isn't most of this confusion, question, I suppose, most of this confusion regarding other allocations, not even this one. So is the confusion at all relevant? Or is it just whether or not the other 50% of it, I believe Chuck Lively is the name, is it whether or not he did end up going or not? Is that where this lies?
I'm unsure, given that the RSO doesn't even know who they were planning to send as the second member, largely because they did have so many allocation requests, or they had the 2 allocation requests and then they had the individual request. I'm not 100% sure what's going on, and I'd love to get more information because, correct me if I'm wrong, were you the treasurer or in charge of this sort of stuff last year? This is directed to, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Yeah, my question is basically, were you involved in like the actual getting the funds part of this last year?
No, I was their historian, so I was the photographer there, but even though we were kind of on Zoom, so I was more of just like sideline. But no, I wasn't treasurer.
Do you know if it would be at all possible to get in communication with somebody who's directly involved with the funding process of this last year, or if that the only person who was really involved with that graduated?
They graduated. Can I just, is it the questions that you have, would a postponement allow you to get answers for those things? Because it sounds, from what I'm hearing, like those are unanswerable questions. Are they, what specifically are you looking for that you might think that a postponement would give you answers to?
So I have contacts with a lot of people who were involved in the committee that gave you guys funding last session. So the way I would be going about it would be contacting them as well as contacting the business office about what went on with this allocation. I know who the accountant was who dealt with this, so all that sort of thing. I could probably get better answers than we currently have. Borges.
May I also add on?
You may.
I also have access to the CRT email, so I can go through and actually read the emails that were sent to the individuals in the RSO.
Is there any other debate or motion? Go.
Move to postpone this post-funding review.
There's been a motion to postpone this post-funding review. Are there any objections? Seeing none, this stands postponed by general consent. Yeah, and now we are in, that is not my agenda. Sorry. I was looking at 12 other things. Nothing else for old business, nothing for new business. We're in miscellaneous business. I will take a motion. Gal?
Move to adjourn, or move pending final roll call.
Can I just ask, postpone till when, or am I allowed to?
I'll explain it to you after the meeting if that's okay. There has been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Vice Chair Robbins. Same as initial +1. I hereby adjourn this meeting at 8:47 p.m. Thank you, guys.
Tomorrow we have football games. We're going to it's a good time to discuss stuff, especially yours. Thank you for being our office is
I reconvene this meeting at 8:50 p.m. Fiscal Committee reports, CRT Committee, Chair Borges.
Sorry, I was eating a French fry. So hi guys, long report again. Sorry, give me 1 second. In committee old business allocations, we approved allocation 54079, vote count of 5-0-0, and 5486, vote count of 4-0-0. We postponed allocation 54081 and 085 by general consent. New business allocations, we approved allocations 54095, 96, 97, 99, and 100. 95 was 5-0-0, 96 was 5-0-0, 97 was 4-0-0, 99 was 5-0-0, 100 was 5-0-0. We postponed allocation 54091, 92, 94, 98, 101, and 102, all by general consent. We PPI'd allocation 54093 by general consent. For bills, fiscal bills, we approved fiscal bill 5411 and 12, both with a vote count of 3-0-0. In caucus, old business allocations, we approved allocations 54101 and 54102, the vote count of 6-0-0. I cannot wait till that bill is passed. I don't have to do that again. So we approved 9 allocations and 2 fiscal bills total. Because we did not meet on Monday due to Labor Day, we met virtually. So sadly, AGES assessment is not happening this week. If Chair Patel is confirmed, CRT will need a new vice chair. So if anyone's interested, please reach out to me. This afternoon, some members of fiscal leadership met with Dr. Posey, Shane, Fong, and Brody to discuss concerns we had with our abilities to do our jobs, with Workday being a new financial system. And we made a lot of really great progress. So thank you guys. 10 out of 10 meeting. CRT has officially made it to 100 allocations, 102 to be exact. It took last year's CRT committee till January 9th to reach 100, and it's only September 8th. So great for us. We have allocated over $100,000 since July, which is pretty cool. So I'm very proud of CRT. And I wasn't going to go in deeply into concerns with fiscal in the state of Senate, but today's been a mess. So that speech is not done yet. So I will bring that next week.
Are there any questions for Chair Borges? Chair Gill?
You said a speech about what?
Concerns with fiscal and the state of Senate.
Chair Gill? Oh, never mind. Are there any other questions for Chair Borges? Seeing none, FAO Committee Chair or FAO Committee report, Chair Millington.
Hey guys, happy Thursday. So in committee this week, we approved allocation 5418, 6-0-0, and we postponed allocation 5417 by group consent. In caucus tonight, we approved allocation 5417, 6-0-0. Like CRT, we are also, potentially CRT, we are also looking for a new vice chair. So we are having elections next Tuesday. So if anyone is interested in that position, please feel free to reach out about that. Also, please join FAO. We are down to 4 members. It's a super fun committee. We meet Tuesdays at 1 p.m. and we would love to have you guys.
Are there any questions for Chair Millington? ILA Yalamachili?
Not a question, but present voting.
So noted at 8:53 p.m. Are there any other questions for Chair Millington? Seeing none, ORS Committee report, Chair Wanjan.
Hey guys, this week in committee, we saw the following accounts and sanctioned them accordingly. Their sanction amounts can be found below, but I have to read them. So in committee, we saw CRT 53160 and sanctioned it at 25% with a vote count of 6-0-1. We also saw CRT 53196 at 0%, 7-0-0. CRT 53219, 10%, 6-0-1. CRT 53249, 15%, 6-0-1. CRT 53251, 25%, 6-0-1. CRT 53260, 25% to 6-0-1. CRT 53296, 0%, 7 to 0 to 0. CRT 53301, 0%, 6 to 0 to 0. FAO 53224, 20%, 6 to 0 to 1. And SB 5318, 35%, 7 to 0 to 1. I do not envy Tyler. Then I also somehow got one moved into my speech or into my actual report. So SB 5344, 40%, 6 to 0 to 1. This week we had 41 post-funding hearings scheduled for new business, though unfortunately less than half were in attendance at the ORS meeting itself. I've also begun a new project of making sure RSOs and individuals are completely aware of their sanctions and how to request an appeal through emails sent out after the fact, similar to the exit slips sent out by ORS reps. I will also likely be making the email itself semi-automated like the ORS exit slip is, which only means anything to a very small number of you. We also elected Vice Chair Castillo to the position of CRT representative. I guess I also got elected to ORS chair 2 weeks ago. That didn't get ever reported, so I guess I should say that. I also held ORS rep trainings for both the FAO and CRT reps this week. Then me stealing Tyler's thing about fiscal leadership meeting with Shane, Brody, Dr. Posey, and Fong to determine more about the changes due to Workday and how to make ORS still effective with these changes. We did figure out a lot and plan to meet again soon. And now I will yield to the only vice chair who doesn't seem to be trying to escape fiscal leadership, Vice Chair Robbins.
I'm here for the loyalty. This week in committee, we were all practically useless after a 2-hour meeting. That being said, Scarlet snapshots never die, so we sent our photos later in our GroupMe chat. This week consisted of boat rides and excess of fried rice, as well as a meme condemning our sins, a beautiful panorama of towers, and a slice of pizza the size of AJ's ego.
Are there any questions for Chair Wanjin? Senator Becerra?
Present and voting.
So noted at 8:56 p.m. Are there any other questions for Chair Wanjin? Chair Holmes.
More for Vice Chair Robbins. So how big are we talking AJ's ego is, or the slice of pizza in question?
Thank you for asking. I love clarification. It was a Lazy Moon slice of pizza, so I mean that answers the question.
Senator Patel.
Can you send me this picture later?
Alrighty. Are there any other questions for Chair Wanjin? Seeing none, fiscal legislation, notice legislation on first reading, bills, fiscal bill 5413 is remanded to CRT. Notice of legislation on third reading, none. Notice legislation on second reading. Is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Wanjin.
Move for 5-minute speeches, 15-minute questioning, 15-minute debate.
We're doing a motion for 5-minute speeches, 15-minute questioning, 15-minute debate. Are there any objections? Do you withdraw? Yes. Chair Borges.
I was going to amend the motion, but I guess I'll just make my own. Move for 5-minute speeches, 20-minute questioning, 20-minute debate.
There's a motion for 5-minute speeches, 20-minute questioning, 20-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. All right. Bills. Fiscal bill 5409. Oh, one second, y'all. I got an anonymous dinosaur in the front of mine. Funding for 24 members of the Society of Women Engineers travel to the Society of Women Engineering National Conference in Houston, Texas, from October 20th, 2022 to October 22nd, 2022. Unfortunately, this bill is out of timeline. Is there a motion to PPI? Are there any objections? All right. Fiscal Bill 5410, funding for Future Theme Park Leaders Association to attend California Executive Management Shadow Week from December 11th, 2022 to December 18th, 2022. Is the RSO present? And I'll allow Chair Borges if you want. Yeah.
I will yield to the president of the RSO for his presentation.
They got it. Oh my god. There's a clicker. Oh my goodness. This is what is the lap of luxury over here. Oh, I clicked it.
Is there an email I can send it to real quick? Go through Google. It's on slides.
Joe Bryce.
Okay, there is an extra copy within the CRT drive if you're able to just open that, and I can walk you through it.
Alrighty. So we'll just wait a second.
It should be in supporting documents. Bills. Actually, that's a great question.
Alrighty. 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Constantine. I am the president of the Future Theme Park Leaders Association. So first and foremost, what are we? We are the largest student organization over at the Rosen College for Hospitality Management. We have over 100, and last year we had over 137 dues-paying members. This year we had 150 prospective members at our first meeting this semester, which was absolutely awesome. So what we do, we are dedicated to developing future theme park leaders, as the name suggests. And so we host weekly meetings where we talk about theme park news, careers, all those kinds of things. We bring in guest speakers. So like last December, we had all 4 of the Walt Disney World vice presidents come and speak. We plan to do many more things like that. And of course, one of the biggest things that we do is we do site visits. So where we actually go to theme parks, we're getting behind the scenes tours, we're speaking with their management, with their leadership, and really immersing all of our members in what it takes to manage those absolutely massive operations. And our biggest quote unquote site visit of each year is our California trip that we do each December, which I'm requesting funding for. No. The button, okay. There's a slider. It's on. It's on. Yeah. Are we able to manually progress it? No way. Thank you. Yeah, so our California trip, it allows students to shadow network with executive management in those theme parks. So we visit a bunch of different theme parks in that 7-day period. And we were speaking with a lot of different leads from different departments, including food and beverage, merchandise, sales, marketing, engineering, park services, entertainment, attractions, and much, much more. It helps students learn a very relevant academic and professional information, in addition to actually sometimes getting jobs. This past year, when we were on the trip, one of our members was offered a management position. Just be like, hey, you graduating in a week? Come on back in January. So there are a lot of really cool things that come out of the trip. If we can go to the next slide. Oh, now it works. Okay, so who do we bring? We bring a total of 12 dues-paying members that are selected through an application process consisting of an application, a written application, and an interview with board members where we're looking for professionalism, experience, knowledge, and passion for the industry, dedication to the organization, and how it would impact their career. The benefits to the university, it'll help further spread the name of the University of Central Florida and the Rosen College nationally by exemplifying professionalism and ambition. I can tell you at this point, those massive companies like Disney and NBC Universal know our name because of a lot of things that we've been doing through that. We provide once-in-a-lifetime opportunities to members, help develop their career goals, and provide job opportunities. It gives members a really cool insight into Florida theme parks and California theme parks to be able to tell that difference. And it's continuing a tradition of the trip that's been going on for over 10 years. So this was past year's itinerary. We intend to visit the same theme parks, but we might add SeaWorld San Diego as well. But the schedule itself is going to get shifted just depending on what the theme parks are able to accommodate us with. We're still working on that right now. The pricing that we're currently looking at, what we're requesting funding for, is for our hotel. We're staying in the Knott's Berry Farm Hotel. We've not yet received the promotional offer that we did in past years. So this request is currently just going based off of what the price would be if we didn't get that promotional offer. Flights would be with United Airlines, and that is the total. The rates may have changed. The rate may have changed since I got that. I pulled that request from them, but it will just be based off of whatever they're still able to help us with. And then registration as well. For when we're going, it's registration. It's actually going into Disneyland and being able to see things from a guest perspective. Yeah. And then I included rental cars. I'm not requesting funding for rental cars. That's just for you to see what our total cost would be for us in comparison to what the total cost is that we're requesting from Senate. And in addition, the way that we will pay that cost is through a combination of dues, fundraising, and trip costs. So We're going to ask that all of the members that are selected for the trip pay a $500 fee. And there are, however, scholarships through an alumni donation so that 3 members won't have to pay anything. They'll just get to go on the trip completely for free. And yeah, thank you so much.
Alrighty, we are now in line for questioning. Are there any senators with questions? Chair Temple.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening. So are you or any member of your RSO aware of the post-funding procedures and what is required of your RSO should you receive this fiscal bill?
Yes, I did the last year when we did it. I did all the last year we did an FAO or not an FAO. We did CRT. We just did a allocation. So I know everything that we did for allocation. I don't know the differences necessarily for a Senate bill.
Are there any other questions for the RSO? Chair Yall.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you for being here and presenting. I saw on your PowerPoint the flights were $495.75 from. Is that still the rate from June, or did you recently update and check?
I have not yet recently updated and checked. It just because it's like I know for a fact they've changed day by day because when we go off of it, but we'll be going through their group travel office. So it's just like a phone call where we just get the rate, and then ideally would be we get the rate and then we work straight with the accountant to finalize everything.
Chair Yall.
May I direct a question to CRT leadership?
You may.
Hi, CRT leadership. Question. I know in the past we've rounded up a little bit to fluctuate for varying price ranges. Is that something that the current committee is still doing and will continue to do, or is that something that you guys have stopped doing?
Chair Boris.
That is something we will continue to do and still do. And then next week when we have the 3rd reading, that will be we're going to be amending it to whatever we need to, and that'll be the last time, so we didn't have to keep doing it over and over.
That's our ILA, Yalman Chile.
So it says that y'all have 146 active dues paying members. You're taking 12 members. On what basis are those 12 people being selected?
Yeah, so we have we have like a written application that everyone that's interested in the trip does. So we ask them a couple different things. So one of the things that we always ask them like a creative question, like come up with something theme park related, blah, blah, blah. We ask them operational questions, and then the biggest questions, of course, we ask them to write at length. It's about like why they want to go, what they hope to gain from it, how they see it impacting their professional careers. The 4 officers on the RSO, we then go through, we grade those based off the top scores. We then do interviews, and then based off those interviews, then we just pick the top 8 based off of the numeric average. Yeah.
Are there any other questions for the RSO? Chair Salcedo.
Hi there. Thanks for being here. Is there a reason why it's limited to 12? Like, is there just not that much interest, or why is the number so small?
There is definitely more interest. It's a couple of different things. So first and foremost, of course, cost. We found that 12 was a good number. I did the math for what it would take to just do like 13, but the total cost just jumped so much because we need to do another rental car. And of course, rental cars aren't covered, but it's like 12, you can fit into 2 cars. And so it works out well for us in that way. But then the other biggest thing is that like it's very difficult because we're often like in backup house areas with very like confidential information and stuff that's just around, and we usually just have like 1 or 2 people with us, like from theme park management, and we've tried here in the Orlando parks doing like 16, and that's usually been their limit. But then like going anything above that, they're like, we can't accommodate you just because they don't feel comfortable having that many people with only like 1 manager there.
Are there any other questions for the RSO? Seeing none, is there a motion to go to debate? Alrighty, we're now in a period of debate. All those wishing to debate, now's your time. I'm going to go ILA, Yalom, and Chile.
So I'm going to be voting in favor of this bill with the amendments proposed by Chair Borges because they make sense. And I think that the way the RSO chose the 12 people is fair and not a nepotist manner. And I think it's very helpful that the people who go on the trip gain professional skills that can help their careers and professions, and it's a good thing. And I encourage my fellow senators to vote in favor.
Chair Borges.
Move to see all my amendments as a block.
There's an motion to see all of Chair Borges's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there.
These are all extremely necessary amendments. The bill came to CRT without most of this information, without all of the information that I just added. Without it, it should be vetoed. So if we don't approve it, it will be vetoed. So yeah, move to questioning.
Are there any questions for Chair Borges? Seeing none, is there a motion to go to debate? All righty. All those wishing to speak on the amendments, if Senator Costas.
May I retain?
You may.
Just like Chair Borges said, these are necessary amendments and they provide more specifics as to who will be going and where and how much everything costs. So in order to not get it vetoed, let's all vote in favor. And with that, I move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedure. With a vote count of 31 to 0 to 0, the block of amendments passed favorably. We are still in debate. Chair Wangel.
So I think this is a really interesting conference. I think it's a really good experience. Obviously, the whole professional development is really important. I will definitely be voting in favor. Yeah, I think this is amazing. It's really cool. I am not a Rosen student, but if I was a people person, maybe I would be.
Senator Ochoa.
Yeah, I'll be definitely voting in favor as well. After all, we're in Orlando, the theme park capital of the world. So I feel like it would be a great experience for these students. And yeah, it will bring back to our community someday, So yeah, definitely voting in favor.
Are there any other senators wishing to debate? Chair Temple?
May I retain?
You may.
All right, so I'm going to concur with all of the prior speakers. I will be voting in favor of this bill. I cannot wait to see you all go to California and maybe steal a few ideas from them to help better our parks. With that in mind, let's move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Fiscal Bill 5410. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 33 to 0 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5410 passes favorably on second reading. Moving along to Fiscal Bill 5411, funding for 35 members of the National Society of Black Engineers to travel to the National Society of Black Engineers Fall Regional 3 Conference in Atlanta, Georgia from November 4th, 2022 to November 6th, 2022. Is the RSO present? Senator Castillo.
The RSO is not here. I'll be representing them.
All right. So you'll have 5 minutes when you're ready. Sure.
Give me just a second. Okay, hey everyone. I'm currently representing the RSO on their behalf. The RSO representative was not able to show up tonight due to a busy schedule.
So with that being said, what is the National Society of Black Engineers, or NSB for short? Well, they are a national organization dedicated to increasing the number of culturally responsible Black engineers who will excel academically, succeed professionally, and positively impact the community around them. The NSB at UCF specifically want to retain a talented and successful chapter dedicated to personal, professional, and academic growth. All right, next slide. Okay, so the conference overview. The Fall Regional Conference is a 2-day conference that is held annually. That'll take place between November 4th to November 6th. This will be the first time in 2 years that the conference will be held in person. They plan on taking 35 members to Atlanta, Georgia, and the conference offers personal and professional development workshops, competitions, and a career expo. The benefit to UCF and their chapter. The reason why they're going, the reason why they're going to the conference is to provide additional opportunities for professional development to the UCF students in their chapter, with the goal, as I've said earlier, of increasing the number of culturally Black engineers that will excel academically, succeed professionally, and positively impact the community. Student attendees will receive technical training and networking opportunities as they meet people from all over our southern region, yeah. Members that attend this conference will have the opportunity to network with recruiters, engineer professionals, and other engineering students, as well as develop skills that make them into better students, as well as better students and leaders in this organization and on UCF's campus. Here are some of the achievements that the chapter has done so far. So in past conferences, NSB UCF had some of the following achievements: Hackathon 3rd place in nationals, NSB debaters 1st place, FRC, elevator pitch 1st place, competing in nationals, one chapter of the year for the medium-sized chapter category on a national level. Members that attended went on to receive internships of these amazing companies. Okay, next slide. So this is the registration breakdown. The cost per collegiate member is $75, and the total cost for the entire 35 people is $2,625. The lodging cost breakdown. So this lodging cost breakdown, the hotel chosen was Hilton Atlanta downtown. The cost per room per night is $129. The cost for 9 rooms for 2 nights is $2,322. Each room accommodates 4 people, tax not included. So the total cost will be $4,947, and Senate's contribution will be $2,473, $2,473.50. Thank you all for listening.
We are now in line for questioning. Are there any senators with questions? Seeing none, is there a motion to go to debate? Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in a period of debate. All senators wishing to debate, please raise your hand. Senator Sabila.
I think this conference seems really cool. This club is they've achieved a lot of things. They seem like they're very driven and capable, and I think they really deserve to go on this really awesome opportunity. So I'll be voting in favor, and I encourage you all to do the same.
Chair Borges.
Move to see all the amendments on the page as a block.
There's a motion to see all the amendments on the page as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Chair Borges.
So the necessary sanction was added, which then changes the total Senate contribution. They were sanctioned at 5%. There were a lot of other amendments, but they were mostly technical, so I believe they were just approved. But yeah.
Are there any questions for Chair Borges? It's Chair Salcedo.
Just to confirm, they're aware of the sanction and they know that this bill has gone down in the amount that they can get, right?
I feel like there'd be more of a question for the representative. May I redirect?
Okay. I don't think so.
Are there any other questions for Chair Borges? Seeing none, is there a motion to go to debate? We are now in debate on the block of amendments. Are there any senators wishing to debate? Senator Becerra.
Meritain.
You may.
Yeah, I mean, the amendments seem like they're useful and important, and I'm fully supportive in that. So with that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the block of amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 32 to 0 to 1, the block of amendments pass favorably. We are still in debate. Chair Gill.
I encourage everyone to vote in favor of this. I've gotten to talk to some of my friends and other people within NSBE, and they really benefit from this organization. And this specific conference, I think, would be advantageous for their organization. So with that, yeah, I encourage you all to vote in favor.
Chair Borges.
I will sadly be speaking against this fiscal bill. I know, shocking. So some of the things that I had concerns about throughout CRT that we just simply didn't have time to get to because of quorum issues, the supplemental documents, so the quotes we had, they were the best they were able to get us, were some screenshots from a PowerPoint, not from any official website, which I had concerns about, but we weren't able to discuss with the time that we had. An additional concern is that this has to be seen on second and third, and it does break timeline, but we did get consent from the business office. However, this timeline is still very short, and because of those quote issues, I feel like, it's not going to get fulfilled in time. I feel like that could lead to many reversions. In addition to that, with their sanction, the amount that they can receive from us is pretty close to an allocation. The allocation is a smaller amount of time that it needs. That gives them more time to be more prepared when it comes to the quotes and actually get the quotes to us. And so I feel like this should be denied and turned into an allocation.
ILA, Yalamanchili.
I felt that this was a pretty good bill, but I'm not sure what to think after what Chair Borges has said. I'm unsure as to why these concerns were not addressed when it was seen in CRT, and I would very much like a clarification from Chair Borges on that, and it seems to me that CRT passed the bill without issues, without any abstentions or no votes. So I'm puzzled.
I'm going to let Chair Borges respond, but also just to clarify, CRT, unfortunately, with Labor Day this week, messy in general. So I would not fault CRT specifically for that. But
Thank you. So due to quorum issues, we didn't have enough time. I had to rush it so we could at least approve it in general so it could actually be seen today to give it a chance. In addition to that, I honestly was not expecting this bill to come to CRT. I personally do not believe it should have been written in the first place, but it was written. So then we saw it. That did lead to some issues with communication with RSO. There was a little bit of delay, but they were communicated with, and it just kind of created a whole mess with Labor Day. So I don't fault my committee at all. If you want to blame me, you can, but there really is no blame to be given to anyone.
I'm going to go Senator Becerra.
Can I ask questions, Chair Perez?
Oh, I think you said to your prez. I was like, what? Yeah, you may.
Silly question, but if we were to deny this fiscal bill, do you think they would have time to reapply for a bill again to go for the comp?
Not a bill, but an allocation, and an allocation just for everyone's knowledge. I know not all of you sit in fiscal committees. Seminar networking trips like this can get up to $2,000 from CRT. They don't pay half. We just give them $2,000 total. That's pretty close to the $2,300 we can currently give them through this bill.
Senator Harrell.
I do want to
clarify, in CRT, we did present the idea of dropping this bill and bringing an allocation to play instead of going through with this bill. And we had talked to the RSO. They were open to the idea of doing an allocation instead of this bill. So that's not like they're not in the complete dark with that. And then also, there's another thing, but I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah.
Chair Wanjin.
Yeah, Harrell said a lot of what I wanted to say, but yeah, we mentioned this to the RSO. They were comfortable with it. The main reason it got sent to the floor for anyone who's questioning that right now is because we wanted to give it the best chances we possibly could, because there is no way they could reapply for a bill. We wanted to give them a chance to like get us the proper quotes and all that sort of thing, and make sure that we could see if we could get everything figured out and fixed by tonight. And since we can't, it really shouldn't be approved. And I'm also speaking against it, but I do think it should be an allocation and we should still see it. And I think that the fact that the RSO agreed to see it as an allocation, if that's what was necessary, makes me much more comfortable with that than this.
Chair Temple.
I'm going to be in concurrence with both chairs Borges and Wanjin as well. I completely understand the logic behind denying this bill and transforming it into an allocation. They would be able to work faster on it, and plus we don't even have more solidified quotes on this, so it would give them much, as Chair Borges said, a greater timeline in order to get those quotes to CRT in order to solidify this, as opposed to working with a bill that has only a PowerPoint for quotes. Moreover, it would make more sense considering the price of the price of this bill can be offset easily with an allocation just as well as with a bill. So therefore, I will be voting against a fiscal bill, which is something I did not expect to ever say, but here we are.
ILA Alderman Chile.
I stand in concurrence with Chair Borges' statements. To clarify, I do not mean to fault Chair Borges nor the CRT committee. I think the concerns are valid, and a allocation would be better. And I think it's okay to vote against this bill because it's a great club, it's a great conference, but it can be done better in an allocation. And I do think that quotes for the prices of what is listed in the bill should be from trusted sources rather than PowerPoint screenshots. And so I will be voting against this bill, and I encourage my fellow senators to do the same.
So we've heard 3 speeches in negation to the fiscal bill. Are there any senators wishing to speak in affirmation of the bill? Seeing none, is there a motion to Chair Temple? I'll take a motion.
Sorry, move to vote on fiscal bill 5411.
There's been a motion to vote on fiscal bill 5411. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 5 to 24 to 4, fiscal bill 5411 does not pass favorably on second reading. Brody.
Really quickly, just for record keeping, was this adopted in committee today?
This was introduced during the Senate Executive Committee.
Alrighty, moving along. Fiscal Bill 5412, funding for 10 members of the Casino Resort Club to travel to Live Design International at the Las Vegas Convention Center in Las Vegas, Nevada from November 16th, 2022 to November 20th, 2022. Chair Borges.
The RSO's treasurer is here to present.
And you will have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Alrighty, guys. Before we get started, I just want y'all to take a moment and remember your first time up here. This is my first time, This is my third week at UCF. I'm a transfer student, so a little nerve-wracking. Okay. So my name is Danielle, and I am the treasurer of the Casino Resort Club. I have only been with UCF for 3 weeks, but I've been a president of another club at another college. So we are wanting to go to the Live Design International Conference in Las Vegas, Nevada, November 16th to the 20th. Let's see if this works for me. Yes. The conference LDI, we will be attending on Saturday and Sunday. Members will have the opportunity to network and experience new products. The LDI conference introduces students and professionals to cutting-edge technology for the event industry. This also will be really good for hospitality management students to see as well. This right here, this morning when we presented this to CRT, they kind of had asked us for a detailed schedule of the conference. So this just kind of shows that we have a lot that we're going to be doing on Saturday and a little bit on Sunday. So when you hear Las Vegas, one of the things you hear about is gambling and everything in Sin City and all, but it is also an industry leader in casino resorts, as of Orlando being just for resorts. So it is a little bit different. So this is the Wynn. Then we have the Bellagio, which a lot of people know the Bellagio and their fountains. And then we also have Aria. So we will be visiting these locations on Thursday and Friday before the conference, and we are going to be having tours that we have already set up with the managers of the hotels, and we're going to see how these casinos operate compared to a regular resort. A lot of differences that people are going to get to see, which is really nice. And this is going to be very beneficial for the hospitality students and also event students as well, because they're going to see how they do different events and everything in a casino resort. And where's the rest of it? I hit the wrong button. Sorry, guys. So this is going to be our itinerary. We will be arriving on Thursday, and we do have the Wynn tour around 3 o'clock. And then we also got confirmation today that we are going to be doing another tour called Light and Wonder Company. They actually create the casino games. So we're going to go and get to the factory and see how they're made that way as well. And then on Friday, we're going to do the tour of Aria and also the Bellagio. We are going to have a little bit of downtime after that. And then, of course, we're going to have the LDI conference on Saturday and on Sunday, and then head to the airport. So we do plan on having a very busy conference and tours. So let's talk about the fun stuff, what everybody really wants to see while we're here, and that's going to be the money. So we couldn't really find a round trip that would work good for us. So this is just an idea of how it would be. $95 one way, $311 the other way, which came to $406. We are wanting to take 10 students, so that's going to be $4,060 in total. For the hotels, we chose to go with Marriott, which is very near the conference. That's going to be $316 a night, and we're going to do 3 rooms. And then for 4 nights, and that'd be $3,792. So this is our totals that we are needing. The grand total we need to do this trip is going to be $7,852, but we're asking obviously the 50% contribution of $3,926. That is all. Yes.
Alrighty, we are now in line for questions. Are there any senators with questions? I'm going to go Chair Temple first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening. For your first time up there, I got to say, you held yourself very well. Good job. So back to my actual question. So how will your RSO be able to contribute your half of the fiscal bill?
So we have been talking about that because we are an actual new club. We are going to try to do some fundraising. And then what we cannot get up from there, it will be up to the students to do. And in our applications, we are putting that it's going to be required that they pay up to $500.
Senator Domino.
What was the selection process in you guys choosing 10 of the 21 members?
That's actually kind of easy because one of the people that I have been doing a lot of talking and getting help with is Constantine. We actually just found out we're getting a cubicle right beside him, so it's kind of exciting at Rosen. I've been keeping him very busy with questions. So we are going to do the application process as well. And then I am going to obviously ask Constantine for more guidance on that. I just felt like just doing it on a whim of whoever signs up first was not right, because we didn't want people that just wanted to go to Las Vegas just to gamble. We wanted people that might be their future job.
ILA Almachili.
So my question is, it says that per night there it's a room is $316, which is fairly high. And are those generally how is that generally how expensive a hotel might be in Las Vegas, or were there cheaper options?
So I will tell you that we were looking at the different options on the ways to go. We did not want to be in the very center of the strip, because obviously we're not there to gamble, we're there to learn. And so we wanted to be closer to the conference. And that was one of the reasons we chose the Marriott. And obviously Marriott has way more expensive rooms, but it is at a time that there's a huge conference going on. So prices are going to be higher because of that.
Are there any other questions for the RSO? Chair Salcedo.
Hi, thanks for being here. Has your RSO picked the members that are attending yet?
Not yet, because we have our first meeting next week, and we're going to be going over all of this so that we can start the process.
Senator Barty.
Have you or any other members in the organization been to this conference before?
Yes, actually, our president had went last year with advisor. Actually, I think she's a professor, Jessica Wicki. So several of them went last year with the Culture Club.
Are there any other questions for the RSO, Senator Becerra?
Yeah, hello. Is there like a backup plan in case you don't obtain 10 members for this trip by any chance, since you are asking for a specific one for 10 members?
Yes. So originally the applications are going to be for members of our group for the club. But then if we don't get 10, we're going to open it up to all of Rosen, with the requirement that if they are chosen, they have to become a member and be on Night Connect.
Are there any other questions for the RSO? Seeing none, is there a motion to go to debate? Alrighty, we are now in debate, and Brody, I'll see the amendments as technicals. All those wishing to debate. ILA Almachili.
I'm going to be voting in favor. I think it's a good bill for those students who are in the hospitality industry who want to learn about how hotels and casinos are run. And I think the RSO has a commitment to learning. And I understand that Las Vegas is a Sin City, Party City, whatever they call it, but the RSO is committed to learning and not gambling. And I think it's a great bill and written well, and I don't see why Senate should not approve it. So I'll be voting in favor. I'll be encouraging my fellow senators to vote in favor as well.
Senator Spalding.
Present and voting.
So noted at 9:38 p.m. Senator Barty.
I also will be voting in favor because there's actually a lot to learn in Las Vegas. I traveled there over the summer and it's a very unique place. So it feels like a theme park. It doesn't feel real. So definitely those 10 students that go out there will learn a lot about the casino industry, and especially considering the Rosen College is a very niche, very oriented that way. So casinos will definitely be a very niche market that these students can learn a lot about and get exposure that other students aren't getting at this time. So I will be voting in favor, and I encourage you all to do the same.
Chair Temple.
May I retain, Mr. Speaker?
You may.
All right, so I will be in concurrence with my fellow senators. I will be voting in favor of this bill. I encourage you all to do the same, to allow for a new RSO, a brand new RSO, might I add, to go to Sin City itself to learn about everything behind the scenes, is truly fascinating, in my opinion. And I'm nowhere near a hospitality major, but yeah, let's hope we can also steal some ideas from Vegas as well. With that, move to vote on Fiscal Bill 5412.
There's a motion to vote on Fiscal Bill 5412. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 31 to 1, Fiscal Bill 5412 passes favorably on second reading. Alrighty, resolutions none, special acts none. Is there a motion to return to the approval of the agenda? We are now back at approval of the agenda. Is there a motion? D-Leg McClellan.
Motion to amend the agenda to move Fiscal Bill 5412 to third reading.
There's been a motion to move Fiscal Bill 5412 to third reading. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the agenda? So moved. And is there a motion to return to notice on third reading? So moved. I know that was a lot of so moving. Alrighty. So bills, Fiscal Bill 5412. Not going to read it all out again. Alrighty. So we're there. So I'm going to let Chair Borges go for it.
You guys already approved it. Prove it again. Thank you. Thank you for questioning.
Are there any questions for Chair Borges? Senator Becerra.
Move to debate.
I thought you were actually going to ask a question. Okay. There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Chair Temple.
May I retain?
You may.
Let's send them to Vegas. Move to vote again.
There's been a motion to vote on Fiscal Bill 5412. Are there any objections? We are now there. With a vote count of 31 to 1 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5412 passes favorably on third reading. Is there a motion to go to internal committee caucus time? We are now there. ENA 20 minutes. They will be here in this chamber. We will I adjourn at 9:41 p.m.
Take a break.
All right, ENA, can we go ahead and come onto this side of the table and get started, please? All right, can I have the chamber be quiet, please? I hereby call this meeting to order at 9:43 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum, Vice Chair Almanar.
Chair Gale. Vice Chair Almanar present. Senator Domino. Senator DeMarla. Senator Salcedo.
Present.
Pro Temp Rep. Here. LJR Rep.
Here.
All right. 7 out of 5.
Thank you, Vice Chair Almanar. Can we go ahead and take a look at yesterday's minutes, and I will take a motion. Senator Demarla.
Motion to approve last meeting's minutes.
A motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? The minutes stand approved by general consent. Approval of the agenda. We only have one confirmation. And take a look, and I will take a motion. Vice Chair Almanar.
Motion to approve today's agenda.
Awesome. There's been a motion to approve today's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the agenda stands approved by general consent. Announcements from the chair. None. Glad we're here. We're going to try and get through this quickly. Announcements from the vice chair. None. Announcements from committee members. Any committee members with announcements? Seeing none. Awesome. Announcements from non-committee members. Awesome. None. Old business attaches the executive branch materials. We'll be seeing the confirmation of Paula Albuquerque for graphic design coordinator. Is there a motion for speeches, question, and debate? Pro Tem Foster? Are you objecting? Do you withdraw? Vice Chair Almanar?
Due to only having 20 minutes, 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 10-minute debate, 10-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
There's been a motion for a 5-minute question, 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Any objections? Seeing none, the motion stands approved. We will now be seeing the confirmation of Paula Albuquerque for graphic design coordinator. Hi, Paula. You can either, if you want to sit at the table for more, if you want to sit up here, if you want to go up there, whatever you prefer for this committee. And you have 5 minutes whenever you begin speaking. Okay, awesome.
Hello, everyone. I first wanted to start off by saying thank you for having me today. My name is Paula Albuquerque, and I am deeply honored to have been appointed to the executive branch as the new graphic design coordinator. I'm a junior majoring in advertising and public relations with a profound passion for graphic design. Having grown up as a lover of all things doodling, lettering, and crafting, my knack for creativity has quickly become the umbrella to my entire life, translating into my personalities, my hobbies, my career aspirations, and basically just every aspect of who I am. Nurturing this passion of mine for creating has allowed me to take upon a multitude of creative pursuits. One of them that I'm most proud of being starting my very own sticker and apparel-based small business, through which I generated 400 plus sales globally and earned 5-star client ratings from 90 plus reviews by branding a promising and positive reputation with my customers. It was because of my small business that I was able to fulfill 2 of my most cherished desires, those being spreading positivity and celebrating happiness. Because I am especially notorious for being a super happy and smiley person, I truly find so much joy in making people feel loved, welcomed, and appreciated, and I try to embody that positive energy as much as I can in the graphics that I create. Throughout my college career, I have also taken upon 2 student organizations, one of them being the Women's Network, in which I design and copy edit bi-weekly graphics to keep our social media platforms active and engaging in order to promote a positive and welcoming environment in which women in college can network in. And I also work for Her Campus, in which I serve as a staff writer, and I develop editorial content for our weekly online magazines, in which we write articles regarding subjects such as wellness, all the way to more fun ones like pop culture. I simply couldn't exist without color, imagination, nor creativity, so I often tend to gravitate towards opportunities that are tied to more artistic pursuits. I believe that joining student government would combine both my passion for graphic design and giving back to people, which is why I'm beyond ecstatic that I'm able to take upon this role and aid in enhancing the student experience at UCF, including mine. I intend on doing this by actively delivering premium targeted content that will effectively resonate with the largest number of students possible. And I will do so by focusing on my 3 pillars for successful graphic design, those being accessibility, collaboration, and creativity. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you so much, Paula. We are now in line for questioning. Any committee members with questions? ELA Demorla.
You have some pretty cool work experience. So what is one thing that you, or like one thing you took away from it, like an event or just like it in general?
Well, starting my small business, I definitely feel like I was able to broaden my design skills and kind of like think outside of the box for more creative ideas to develop, because since I feel like the growth for Etsy small businesses, especially during the pandemic, it was truly on a high. So in order for your products to be or sell out well, you needed to create, things that were innovative and new. So I think from starting a small business, I was really able to just work with my original ideas, and yeah.
Awesome. Thank you for that. I have a question for you. So I saw you're involved in Her Campus, which is awesome.
Yeah.
And you're a staff member. How would you plan on balancing all of the commitments you are in, as well as school, adding SG executive branch on your plate?
Yeah, so I want to make SGA, or student government, my bad. I want to make it a high priority in my current academic life. I also, if I get confirmed, I will not be working for the Women's Network anymore because it is pretty time consuming. So I just want to prioritize school, Her Campus, because I think it's a really great opportunity. I want to have different assets to myself so I can both write and design. So I will be prioritizing both student government, Her Campus, and of course my classes.
Any other committee members with questions? Senator or Chair Salcedo?
Can I retain?
I will not see that.
Okay. Hey, thanks for being here. So my question to you is, was there ever a graphic that you designed that you didn't like? And what did you learn from that experience? What could you do better after you designed that?
Yeah, for sure. I think definitely when I'm in a time crunch, or there's just some days where I don't feel as creative as other days, and I produce graphics that I don't necessarily feel like are my best. I just try to plan ahead, and I go on Pinterest a lot. I try to make myself feel as artistic as possible through going on Pinterest, and I feel inspired by looking at other people's graphics. So I think just planning ahead and kind of having an idea of what I want to do beforehand, just as opposed to leaving things for the last minute, it definitely helps a lot in the creative process.
Hi, I have another question for you, Paola. So I see that you have an initiative for accessibility regarding colorblindness, low vision, cognitive and perceptual impairments. I just want to hear a little bit more about that, or anything that you have planned for this specific initiative, and if you are looking to work with any of the caucuses on that.
Okay, so definitely the Disability Caucus, of course. And in order to uphold the UCF standards, of course, I want to prioritize inclusivity and make sure that people or students with these disabilities are able to process content well enough as other students who may not suffer from any disabilities. So a perfect example would be, I don't want to be using colors that might be too overstimulating to some students. I want to make sure that the fonts that I'm using aren't too decorative, so that might affect the readability of our content. I want to make sure that the text, the color of a text and the background of a graphic, they contrast enough so it makes it easy enough to read, and also using artistic elements that are clear enough to avoid reader misinterpretation.
Awesome, thank you. Any other committee members with questions? Senator Domino.
If confirmed, what's the first thing you're going to do in your role?
So I myself didn't really know much about student government before joining. So I really think it would be a great idea to make a visual representing the inner workings of student government, so students are more aware of what goes on in what we do on a daily basis and every role, and just kind of breaking it down visually.
Is that a follow-up? You may, or a different question. Yep, you may.
How do you keep your creativity?
How do I keep my creativity? I think growing up, I've always been like a more artistic person. I've always like leaned more towards, you know, art classes, English classes, as opposed to like more like analytical things such as like math and stuff. So I think creativity is just, it's something you can definitely foster, but I think myself, like, I've kind of always like been a pretty creative person, I feel like. And I want everything in the rest of my life that I continue to carry out to be a creative pursuit, because that's really what I want to pursue in life.
Are there any further questions from the committee? Pro Tem Foster.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Seeing no objections, we are there. Okay. We are now in debate. Would any senators wish to debate? Chair Patel.
Okay, so first off, she's an Etsy owner, so automatically I trust her. Secondly, I'm looking through the proposal, and I don't know if, did he draw these images? Sorry, can I ask? Did he draw these pictures?
Yeah, I did.
Because they're really good, like, and they were used for the Juice of the Justices too. So like, it seems like they have previous experience working for SG. So the drawings are good. And honest feedback, I have tried drawing a logo for my own caucus. The evidence is on Ryan's iPad, and it's like really hideous. So like, we need this, but I need this too. So I support. I'll vote for.
Thank you, Chair Patel. ELA DeMarla. I'm sorry, I always trip that up.
I'm also going to be voting in favor. I took it one step further than AJ, and I actually looked at her Etsy, and it's really cool stuff. I love it. But more than that, I like her take on, I guess, activism within graphic design, and I think that's really important and shows how much she really cares about serving the student body more than anything else. So I'll be voting in favor.
Pro Tem Foster.
Yeah, I'd like to echo the sentiments of Chair Patel, Ely DeMarla, especially that last statement that you said where it says that you really show that you care about students. I think that's really important in this role. Plus, Sierra needs help, man. Like, she'll take any help she can get at this point. Your graphic looks really good. I could never do that, so I respect you a lot, and I'll be voting in favor.
Thank you.
Are there any dissenting opinions? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedure. All those in favor? All those abstaining, with a vote count of 7-0. Congratulations, Paula. You've confirmed that you're next.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Moving to new business, none miscellaneous business. I wanted to talk briefly to this committee. We are the committee that sees every confirmation, and every confirmation we have passed, we've asked questions, and we as a body and we as a committee are here to kind of help and direct the Senate body into our thought process as to why we voted yes in confirming. We got to ask the most questions. We got to experience people intimately, more one-on-one instead of a huge setting in front of this large body. And so my expectation as your chair is to, if you change your mind on something, that is okay, but to make sure that you give input, as we are a body and we are here to guide the Senate body to confirmations and allow them to express freely. So I just wanted to say that tonight. Are there any questions? Okay, Vice Chair Willer.
I want to bring up a situation not a situation, but like the elephant in the room. Does the caucus, or I'll only propose a question. Does the committee want to make a statement on the confirmation? Like, if we all agree, I realize this might be like a bit of a sunshine law violation as I'm thinking it through, of making a statement on Kobe Smith's confirmation tonight. Not the way we're going to vote, but more of a let's keep this very civil type statement.
I think that the sentiment is good. I think that if we are going to make a statement, it needs to be the reason why we unanimously passed him in committee and not anything like that. If that is something that the committee wants me to say a few words, like, we as a committee passed him and we thought that he definitely recognized and realized and grew in this position. And we think that this is something that would be advantageous for our body to confirm. I would be happy to say that. However, I would need unanimous consent from this committee that that is valid. Pro Tem Foster,
May I direct the question to Vice Chair Almanar?
you may.
So would you want the statement to be more so as stating just to keep, I guess, decorum in the room? Because I don't think we'll have an issue with people not keeping decorum tonight. Because trust me, we'll be fine.
So part of it, yes, to keep decorum. Another part is like what Daisy mentioned of like being like, we unanimously approved Kobe Smith. We believe in him, I guess, but like without breaking some type of law and saying that which way we'd vote on the floor type thing.
I would like to hear more committee input. ELA DeMarla.
I think that sounds good. Do we have time though? Is my question or concern.
Okay, I will type something super quick right now, and we can vote on that. Actually, is there a motion to go informal for 1 minute? Okay, awesome. So now that we are informal, essentially what I'm going to write right now is, and I would like input. Oh wait, I think I'm like messing this up actually. Okay, I got it. That was on me. So I'm going to say, we as ENA. Please put input at any point. It's informal. We as ENA.
I just have a question.
Yes.
Is this reaffirming why we unanimously passed him
Yeah, I guess.
to
in a sense,
committee?
yes.
Yeah.
Wait, should we?
Digital media coordinator. We believe in his capability to represent. Oh yeah, for our growth, yeah, to represent and serve the diverse. I would propose that their standardized
Very much qualifications relating to the individual.
Serve and represent the diverse student body. That's it. Let's go ahead as our motion to go back to formal. So is there a motion? Speeches, questioning debate 111. Speech is, this will be good for the body. Questioning, any senators with questions on this statement? Cool. Any senators with debate? Seeing none, we are now on voting procedure. All those in favor of this statement? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those against, all those abstaining, 7-0 to 0. This is ENA's formal saying on Kobe Smith. Pro Tem Foster.
Final roll call.
Motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Vice Chair Almanar.
Chair Gale. Okay. Same as initial. Okay.
Awesome. I hereby adjourn this meeting at 10:02 p.m.
Another 2 hours. Actually, I think we'll finish before 12, maybe like 11:30. Oh, I forgot we have a lot of confirmations though.
Yeah, if we can finish at 11, that would be great.
Okay, I think that's a fight for you. Oh yeah, bro, they did, bro. I want it. I
I reconvene this meeting at 10:04 p.m. Before we move forward, is there a motion to move to miscellaneous business? Alrighty, we are in miscellaneous business, reinstatement of Jay Parmar. Is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? I'm gonna let D. Like McClellan.
3-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate.
There's a motion for 3-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Jay. Three minutes, whenever you're ready.
Hey everyone, glad to have you guys back in fall. The reason I was dismissed today, as you guys know, was that I wasn't able to make it to the first meeting. I did not know that not attending the first meeting resulted in dismissal, and there was some form of issue. So I apologize for that mistake, and I hope that it doesn't happen again. Thank you.
We are now in line for questioning. Are there any senators with questions? ILA, Chile.
Is there any particular reason why you couldn't attend the first meeting? And did you submit an absence request for it?
That's a great question. For the latter part, no, I did not submit an absence request. The reason I could not attend the meeting that day was I hadn't gotten good sleep the prior night, and I was feeling really tired. So I couldn't just stay awake, and I thought it'd be better for me to go back home and get some rest.
Chair Borges.
2 questions, if I may.
You may.
Okay, so the first one is you were a previous senator, correct? Like before this session, last
Yes.
session? And then the follow-up is, since you were a previous senator and then you were a senator now, how did you not know about the requirement?
So during my previous Senate session, I was actually elected in the middle of a semester, and we didn't really have the issue of the first meeting, and we weren't really contacted about that. During this session, as you know, I was elected in summer, and I had gone through the Title III, but I did not expectedly find the first meeting stature. So I think that's where the issue started.
Are there any other Senator Spalding?
Should you be reinstated going forward? Have you read the Senate rules so that you can prevent any other like I didn't know moments?
Yes, thank you for that question. After I found out about the issue with the first meeting dismissal, I immediately went to the SG website and got as many information from the Senate rules and Senate statutes as much as possible so that I don't make any other mistakes which might lead to another dismissal on my part. Thank you.
ILA, Chile.
May I retain?
You may not. Chair Borges.
Did you read any of the messages or notifications that let all of us know that we had to submit emails or requests if we wouldn't be there?
I did not, unfortunately. I later found out that those messages were sent, and I looked over them, but at the time of the meeting, I had not read the messages.
Are there any other senators with questions? Seeing none, is there a motion to move to debate? We are now in debate. ILA Yalman-Chile.
I think the Senate should reinstate former Senator Parmar. Mistakes happen. I don't see how the first Senate meeting of a session is different from any other Senate meeting. Apart from that, it's the first. And so I understand the statutes say that a senator must be dismissed if they miss the first meeting, but think logically, it's not really different from any other Senate meeting. And senators wouldn't normally be expected to know all the statutes. There's statutes that people don't know. And I think Senator Parmar made an honest mistake, and I'm sure he will learn from it and be more aware of the statutes if reinstated, and I see no problem with it. And so I think I'm going to be voting to reinstate Senator Parmar, and I think everyone else should do the same.
Senator Almanar.
I will be debating in favor of reinstating Senator Parmar. Since meeting him here in Senate, I've seen him at many events across campus, and I've seen him interacting with students. He's someone that, from what I can tell, cares about UCF, and I'd like to see him in our body again.
Senator Costas.
Yeah, I think Senator Parmar brings a good energy to this body, and I think we haven't even seen the full extent of his potential in Senate. So it would be a bad idea to not have him be reintroduced to this body, because I think we could use what he can bring, and we should all vote in favor.
Alrighty, we've heard 3 speeches in affirmation. Are there any senators opposing? Seeing none, I will take a motion. Chair Temple.
Move to vote on the reinstatement of Jay Parmar.
There's been a motion to vote on the reinstatement of Jay Parmar. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 33-0-1, Jay Parmar is reinstated to Senate.
Thank you so much.
Is there a motion to return to internal committee reports? Alrighty, internal committee reports. ENA committee, Chair Gill.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the third week of classes. This is when it gets hard, so please just make sure you're pacing yourself. We had a great ENA meeting this week and a caucus. Please look at the minutes. Please look at the minutes and do not ask repeat questions that were already asked in committee. As well as we started looking over Title VI in committee this week. We also attached confirmation questions for Election Commission, Supervisor of Election, and Assistant Supervisor of Election. We will not need Election Commission questions, but you are more than free to look at them. Please join the committee per Vice Chair Trainer. He thinks it's awesome, and so I think it's awesome. So if you're looking to get involved in ENA, please do. With that, yeah, it'll be a great meeting and great confirmations, y'all. Let's be nice, cordial, and respectful.
Are there any questions for Chair Gill? Seeing none, GAP committee, Chair Temple.
Good evening, Senate. So a lot has happened over the past 2 weeks, the most important of which being that we got a new vice chair in Senator Almanar. So that technically makes him vice chair squared, I suppose. In any case, congratulations to Vice Chair Squared Almanar. Moving on to actual business, the student priority survey has been re-released, and I would strongly encourage you all to not only fill it out if you haven't already, but also spread the word to your RSOs to have it filled out as well. We would absolutely love to hear what students have to say on this. In committee, we did discuss internal reforms to what we're going to do moving forward, as well as initiatives through the fall, including a voter's guide for the upcoming midterm elections, which, by the way, are in less than 9 weeks. So please go out to vote. And if you are not capable of voting in Florida, please register to vote. We also discussed a long-term day at the Capitol strategy and individual committee initiatives. If you have any questions or wish to help GAP in any of our initiatives, please reach out to me at any time, including at 1 a.m.
All right, you heard it from him. Are there any questions for Chair Temple, Senator Trainer?
Chair Temple, where could we find the student priority survey?
So the student priority survey has been re-released by Director Turner through I can recall, through our social media. You'll be able to find it on our Linktree, LinkedIn. And we should also be having it on a poster as well on the student union bulletin board within the coming week. If not, I can directly send it to you.
ILA Yalamanchili.
Thank you for your overview of the GAP committee's activities, Chair Temple. My question is, with regards to the student priorities survey, how long will it be open for students to take so that their views can be taken into consideration when forming the advocacy, not the advocacy agenda, that and other things?
So I discussed with Director Turner, and I believe that within the next 2 or 3 weeks, taking a full month would have been the ideal timeline for us to keep the priority survey open, because the logic being that we had new FTIC and FTOC students on campus. So having that traffic on the priority survey would help us better flesh out our legislative priorities and advocacy agenda moving forward.
Pro Tem Foster.
Okay, so this isn't a question, I guess, necessarily for me, but there's a lot of senators who aren't on GAP because you have like the most popular committee. So is there any way that senators who aren't on GAP can get involved and kind of help you out? Would you be willing to like sit down with them, or is there any way that they can be involved with GAP even though they don't sit on GAP?
So that kind of does tap into the internal reformation structure that I want to implement in GAP. I don't want to go into too much detail in it, but I'll just say that under the new structure, I would be allowing non-GAP members to discuss and actually work alongside GAP members to help formulate what either the voters guide or the priorities. And that I would like to have senators both of GAP and not of GAP to help research and develop the voters guide and the priorities, because I want to have more than enough more say beyond GAP, because I know that every single one of you have ideas that I want to see implemented, and I want to make it as democratic as possible. Moreover, I would be more than happy to sit down, call, chat, talk, whatever, with any senator or any individual period who wants to discuss anything about government affairs, policy, politics. Again, I'll be up till probably 1 a.m. anyway talking about this, so I am quite literally an open book.
Are there any other questions for Chair Temple? Senator Costas.
Just to acknowledge that Pro Tem Foster said GAP is the most popular committee, and Temple is the best chair in all of Senate.
You may respond.
I've only been in the chair position for 2 weeks, Senator Costas. I don't think I deserve that title quite, if at all.
Alrighty. Are there any other questions for Chair Temple? Seeing none, LJR committee, Chair Urea is not with us, but she's asked D-Leg McClellan to read out the time. You told me that.
Hello, I retain vice chair in spirit. She says, "Hey guys, sorry I can't be here tonight. In the committee this week, we approved one absence request and went over Title IX to discuss possible changes we can make."
Are there any questions for LJR at all? ILA Yalamanchili.
How could the changes that were discussed in the LJR committee potentially affect Senate?
Well, if they were implemented, they would put minimum penalty requirements on non-compliances and censures. So if any of those were passed, and those don't just affect Senate, those affect the entire body of student government, but it would be putting minimum penalties so that when one of them, non-compliance or a censure, are passed, they don't just result in an email being sent and then nothing happens, and all of that effort is just for so little.
Chair Borges.
Can you please add the vote count into your announcement, or if you can ask Chair Urea or maybe later, but it's not in there.
Yeah, I'll ask Chair Urea to add that. Are there any other questions for LJR? Seeing none, SBA committee, Chair Anderson.
Hi, I'm going to make it really simple. Shameless plug to Ethan over there. I can register you all to vote, and so can Mel over there. So if you need to register to vote or update your registration, just let us know. We did elect a vice chair today, so congrats to Trainer.
Are there any other questions for Chair Anderson? Alrighty, seeing none, confirmations. So before we begin, to preface that I'm going to kind of follow the precedent that Speaker Custis created, being that in questioning, every senator will be allocated 3 questions maximum. We have to make sure that we're seeing all this stuff on time, as well as any question that has been asked in ENA. I've already spoken with Chair Gell that that question will be viewed as out of order. So we'll move on, as well as I will just remind everybody that I will be very much vigilant when it comes to decorum tonight. We all know why. I don't need to say it. But the reality is if I hear anything that sounds even remotely like you are demeaning the character of somebody, I will decorum it. I don't care what it is. It can be for somebody or against somebody. I don't know why you would. That didn't make sense. But yeah, like all that to say, remember why we are here and what confirmations are for. And there are ways to ask questions about qualifications, experience, things like that, that are not demeaning towards a nominee, as well as in debate, to make sure that we're maintaining perspective, that we exist to confirm based off of the qualities and the experience of the nominee for the job that they have been nominated for. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Chair Gell.
Hi, move
Oh,
for.
no. Yeah, wait. I will not do that. I am taking that back. Is there a motion for speeches, questioning, and debate? ILA, Yellowman Chili.
I move for 5-minute speeches, 15-minute questioning, and 15-minute debate.
There's been a motion for 5-minute speeches, 15-minute questioning, 15-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. All right, Chair Gell.
We will now be seeing the confirmation of Paula Albuquerque. I believe I'm saying that right. Albuquerque. I apologize, for graphic design coordinator.
Hello, everyone. I first wanted to start off by saying thank you for having me today. I am Paula Albuquerque, and I am deeply honored to have been appointed to the executive branch as the new graphic design coordinator. I'm a junior majoring in advertising and public relations with a profound passion for graphic design. Having grown up as a lover of all things doodling, lettering, and crafting, my knack for creativity has quickly become the umbrella to my entire life, translating into my personality, hobbies, career aspirations, and basically just every aspect of who I am. Nurturing my passion for creating has allowed me to take on a multitude of creative pursuits. One of them that I am most proud of being starting my very own sticker and apparel-based small business on Etsy, through which I generated 400 plus sales globally and earned 5-star client ratings from 90 plus reviews by branding a promising and positive reputation with my customers. It was because of my small business that I was able to fulfill 2 of my most cherished desires, those being spreading positivity and celebrating happiness. Because I am especially notorious for being a super happy and smiley person, I truly find so much joy in being able to make people feel loved, welcomed, and appreciated, and I try my hardest to embody that same positive energy with every graphic that I carry out. Throughout my college career, I have also taken upon 2 different student organizations, one of them being the Women's Network, in which I am a part of the marketing committee, and I design and copy edit bi-weekly graphics to keep our social media platforms active and engaging in order to promote a positive and welcoming environment in which college women can network in. And the other being Her Campus, in which I serve as a staff writer, and I develop editorial content for our weekly online magazine, in which we write articles about subjects regarding wellness, all the way to more fun ones like pop culture. I simply couldn't exist without color, imagination, nor creativity, hence why I tend to gravitate towards opportunities that are tied to more artistic pursuits. I believe that joining student government would combine both my passion for graphic design and giving back to people perfectly. So I'm beyond ecstatic that I'm able to take on this position and aid in enhancing the student experience at UCF. I intend on doing so by actively delivering premium targeted content that will effectively resonate with the largest number of students possible. And I will do so by focusing on my 3 pillars for successful graphic design that I deem to be the most important. Those being accessibility, collaboration, and creativity. Thank you. I yield my time.
Alrighty, we are now in line for questioning. All those wishing to ask, Chair Tumble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, Ms. Albuquerque. So could you please expand upon your 3 pillars by chance?
Yes, of course. So the first one is accessibility. Of course, I want to uphold UCF standards by prioritizing inclusivity and making sure that all students are able to process our content. So I want to make sure that I'm putting out content that is accessible enough to students who may suffer from disabilities such as color blindness, low vision, perceptual or cognitive impairment. So I'll be focusing on the colors that I use, the fonts that I use, the art elements that I use, and just making sure that I'm creating graphics that are as accessible as possible. For collaboration, I want to make sure that I respond in timely manners to people who seek out my help for creative pursuits. And I want to make sure that I am collaborating with all 3 branches and being there as an asset for them for all of their creative pursuits. And as for creativity, I just really think that broadening our design skills just past the basics will pave the way for a lot more student engagement. So I want to be creating graphics that incentivize student engagement by making them a little more fun with still being aware of our student brand guide.
ILA Alamanjuli.
This question may be a little off topic, but I'm just curious. I'm not very good at graphics, but I've been fascinated in how different colors work together. So what would be your favorite color scheme?
Well, pink is my favorite color. So any pink, that's what I typically go with. I branded my small business. I have like a specific color palette that I use, and pink is on it. So yeah.
Senator Parmar.
Good evening. So since graphic design requires a lot of software and stuff like that, what programs do you know which will help UCF to become more graphically inclined?
I've used a multitude of different design softwares, Adobe, Canva. I really do enjoy hand drawing though. So I will mainly be focusing on hand drawing, but I can of course use any software need be.
Senator Costas.
Thank you for your speech. It was very well done. I just wanted to ask what your small business is called.
Oh, it's called Little Things by Bao. Bao's like my nickname. So yeah.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the nominee? Seeing none, is there a motion to go to debate? All right, we are now in debate. Senator Spalding.
Hi, I could not speak any more in favor of this candidate. First of all, the fact that she has a small business just speaks to her experience and her leadership skills. And I really do like your speech. And I think the fact that one of your pillars is accessibility and that you take into consideration the minority of UCF in terms of color. Like I probably wouldn't have thought of color blindness, but it speaks to your character too. And I think that you're going to do a great job in this position. So I'm going to be voting in favor, and I encourage you all to do the same.
Chair Tumble.
So I will also be, I cannot speak any higher in favor of this candidate. Like if I were to be given a candidate's credentials that could have been absolutely perfect, like off the board, I believe Ms. Albuquerque pretty much satisfies every condition that we would need, that we would ever want in a graphics designer. That came out a bit wrong, but I don't care. Like from being an advertising major to doodling on her own free time, to being an owner of a small business, to leading RSOs in a marketing committee, to down to her 3 pillars, it's fascinating. And like you actually gave me insight into how much colors really mean to like when it comes to designing, and I've never really truly appreciated that until you just said that tonight. So I really want to see you as our new graphics designer coordinator. And I encourage you all to vote vote in favor of this candidate.
ILA Alamanchili.
I think Miss Albuquerque is an excellent fit for the job of graphic design coordinator. She's gone above and beyond in the field with her small business. I think that's very creative, and the small business is very successful. So I believe the graphics produced by student government under Miss Albuquerque will also be top tier, and she's great. And I would vote in favor and encourage my fellow senators to do the same.
Chair Gelt.
Move to vote on the confirmation of Paula Albuquerque for graphic design coordinator.
There's been a motion to vote on the confirmation of Paola Albuquerque for the role of graphics design coordinator. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 32-0-1, Paola Albuquerque is confirmed as the graphics design coordinator.
Thank you.
Chair Gell.
We will now be seeing the confirmation of Colby Smith for the role of digital media coordinator.
You'll have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right, yes, sir.
Colby, 1 second. Is your microphone on?
You want me to start over again? Yeah, I can start over.
You probably got it, yeah, for the live stream.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, you guys. My name is Colby Smith. About myself, I'm born and raised from Tampa, Florida. Something about myself is that I love watching movies and I love traveling. This year, I'm now a third-year student at UCF. I'm also involved with the Recreation and Wellness Center, and my role there is a building manager. And now I'm trying to join the executive cabinet for student government at UCF. I'm excited for the ventures that's going to happen, and I'm excited to meet you all. As the appointee as the digital media coordinator, I really want to emphasize 3 things in my term: creativity, cross-collaboration, and accessibility. Why these 3 things? I really want to have a fun and eventful semester, but I also want it to be impactful and memorable. I really want to show and work and learn from different areas in the university as well. By doing that, I really want to create and show different things that we offer in different departments, what they have at the university as well. And lastly, I really want to create an inclusive and accessible opportunities through video for students. When I think about video, I think of how you can tell a story. This semester, I really want to tell how student government can make an impact to yourself and different students at this university. But the only way I can do that is through you guys. This year, I really want to emphasize the communication with me and the director of communications, Sierra. This semester, I really want to create a Google form that shows that if anybody wants to create a video, we can make it happen. And secondly, another form that explains if any single one of you want to be in the video, you're more than welcome to. I'm really excited to meet you guys, and I'm excited to help you guys make your video goals happen.
Alrighty, we have now entered a period of questioning. All those with questions, you know what to do. Chair Wanjin.
Can you describe your relationship prior to applying to this with the president, vice president, chief of staff, and director of communications?
So start off with the president. So president, I met from the past from doing digital media coordinator before. The reason why I didn't do it in the past was because I didn't have enough time. So I met her because she was the advisor for me as well as Zelly to put me in the position, but I declined before that. Sierra, I also met director of communications. I met her when I did my last ENA. And is there anybody else? Chief of staff, Brandon too. I met him in the past as well during when I did my digital media coordinator too.
Want to go Becerra and then Borges.
2 questions, if I may.
You may.
Are you planning to work with caucuses?
Yes. So some of the goals and different things I want to do for the different caucuses is to create a video that shows the different opportunities that they offer to students. So, for example, what I did last semester, what I looked on Instagram before, what they did is for the Black Business Month showcase. So that's the last thing. So I really want to show through TikTok or Instagram, like different things that they offer, and a YouTube as well. So, yeah.
Sarah, for your second.
I was going to ask Kyle, but he answered that question.
Borges.
2, if I may.
You may.
So the first one's a hi. Thank you for being here. I really enjoyed hearing your ideas again. Can you please explain to me efforts you have made to increase your education, personal education, on how to make digital media that is safe and accessible for disabled students?
Yes.
I've been told that has been asked in committee.
Point of information or inquiry rather, could we have those linked? Because I can't find them in the minutes unless they're like somewhere else.
Chair Go.
Yeah, so the reason why I said that's been asked is because directly in the minutes, where have you feel like you have grown from the situation since May? And it seems like it's a very similar question that would yield an exact same answer that's already in the minutes.
Chair Borges.
I feel like the answer was not as explained as I would like it to be. I would like more specific details, more specific situations, actual knowledge that has been gained directly.
Okay, then I would just rephrase it like that and then go for it. Yeah.
Say it one more time.
Okay. So I guess what is more direct, actual like things you can say this, and this that I have learned, that you have learned essentially, that can make digital media that is safer and accessible for disabled students?
Okay, awesome. So different things that I learned through this summer is first closed captions. So closed captions are at the bottom of the video. Next one is transcripts. So transcripts are a way that through a video, it has a whole analog of what the individual or person is saying. And another one that I learned was like really interesting was the standard audio description. And that is when blind people, it's a accessibility. So what happens is there's an action being occurred through the video. So the speaker explains what is happening. And it also explains what the person is saying as well. So it's an audio and a text, so they're speaking out loud. And another thing I learned is that not a lot of people think about is text sizes that are visible. So a lot of people not really pay attention that not a lot of people can see very well. So depending on how big your text sizes are, you just have to make it visible to your audience.
Chair Warren.
Thank you. And the second one, thank you for your answer. So I understand the former Disability Caucus Chair Cox sent you informational videos, but you did not respond. Are you able to explain why?
Yes, I did. So, for that whole incident, I didn't want to do that, to give them space, even when, because I don't want to say they didn't want me. So but I did look at the video. So like different things I learned through the videos that they explained, it was a little bit more not relevant to digital media, but it explained how you can use Word through video. So giving them space, texts that are visible for Microsoft Word. There was another one explained through PowerPoint as well, just different things that you could use. I'm pretty sure it was the last video that was explaining different things for blind people. That was the one that was really informing, that was talking about the standard audio description as well. So I learned that a long time ago, but I did do some more research as well, talking to the director of student accessibility services at a mayor. So I talked to him about different things that he's implemented and what we could implement in student government. And I talked to the deputy of ADA coordinator, Christine, about different ways to, like the same things as well with transcripts, closed captions, and different softwares you could use to implement those things.
I'm going to go Senator Kira.
So, should you be confirmed tonight, how will you balance out this position and like the workload with your job at the RWC and any other extracurricular whatever activities and clubs?
As of right now, it's my fault. So for balancing, I think I'm gonna do pretty well. Due to the RBC expanding from COVID to now, there's a lot more staff. So it's more of less time that I have at the RWC, so I can spend more time somewhere else as well. So I only have academics, the RWC, and maybe student government. So right now, I have enough time to do this position.
Are there any other questions for the nominee? D-Leg McClellan.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. I'm going to go Chair Holmes.
Hi, nice to see you again, Colby. So I just wanted to start with, I'll be voting yes on Mr. Smith. What Sam went through was extremely unfortunate. So much so that Mr. Smith went and educated himself in the most diligent way possible. I would say continue to beat down for his mistake and ignoring his effort to educate himself is backwards. We all say student government is a learning curve, correct? If you're voting no in your head, please answer this question. Is this not one as well? He's not God. I hope he's not, at least. He can't go back and change what happened. Mr. Smith deserves this position because he is not only overwhelmingly overqualified for the position, to say the least, but he has shown this body that he is capable of growth and professional improvement and development as an individual. And I know we all can't deny that's what we want to see in this body. If you vote no, probably have a little bit of questions for you once I see that voting record. All right. So I will be looking at it. But yeah, thank you again, Colby, for coming here. And that's what I wanted to say as my piece. I feel really strongly about him coming on this team. I know that Director Turner needs Colby, and I think that we should all vote in favor for him. So that's it from me.
Alrighty, just before I move on, just to also just mention going forward, just obviously people have opinions, yes or no, to not question their intention, I know. But just wanted to make that clear for either side and how you all feel. You're entitled to your opinions. I'm going to go Caldwell and then Borges.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear. This is by far the most qualified candidate for the job. He's tiered twice for a reason. But not only that, I think the only real principal issue that's being discussed is one of disability rights. Fundamentally, while what has happened is tragic, from that we have gained someone who knows far more about disabilities and inclusivity and accessibility in media than we otherwise would have. We can't talk about restorative justice if we're not going to treat the fact that someone has made direct amends to better themselves. It was an unfortunate situation and it's tragic. But Samantha already spoke here tonight and voiced an opinion to judge it on the merits. I don't know their personal relationship. I don't know how they feel about that. And that is something that is valid between them and their friends. But clearly, we have qualifications. We have someone who's bettered themselves, and we have someone who is now better equipped to deal with these issues than anyone else we would have in this situation. Were it a normal confirmation, please vote yes.
Chair Borges.
I will now be reading a statement on behalf of members within the Disability Caucus. The Disability Caucus's statement during Smith's last confirmation holding still stands. The Disability Caucus is voting no, as his actions could have resulted in the death of a disabled student. Allowing someone who harmed a disabled student to obtain a paid position where they may harm more students is not worth the risk.
I'm gonna have to decorum that other part.
I understand. It's just a direct quote, so it's not.
I understand.
Yeah.
Move on.
Yep. So the last sentence is vote no on Colby Smith. That is the end of the Disability Caucus statement. The rest is now my personal debate. I really appreciate the learnings that have happened. I appreciate actually viewing the videos that he was sent. I appreciate all of that. But with the students that came to Senate Forum, I have to represent students. I have to represent who was here and who spoke. So I will be voting no.
I'm going to go Sebula, sorry.
Hi, so this isn't exactly debate. I just want to remind everyone that our primary thing here to do is vote. You don't have to write legislation. You don't have to talk. You just have to vote. So don't abuse the abstain button. That should only be for conflicts of interest. And with all this talk about second chances, there are plenty of second chances in student government. There are Senate seats open all the time. Thank you.
I'm going to go Chair Gill next.
Yeah, so as ENA, we wrote a statement, very brief. We as ENA unanimously voted on the confirmation of Colby Smith as the digital media coordinator. We believe in the qualifications to represent and serve the diverse student body. The rest of the debate is coming from myself. Seeing the development of Colby Smith through ENA and understanding and looking at his portfolio, looking at his videography, he is qualified. We as humans make mistakes that endanger people. We might be driving and swerving in a lane, and that's a mistake that can endanger someone. We've seen that through unfortunate incidents that have happened within our parking garages and different incidents that happen on campus, yet people are still worthy of grace to learn. We don't know everything, and it shouldn't be expected for us to know everything. We're all learning. We have senators that have probably easily made mistakes. We as people make mistakes. I think it is imperative to judge this person based off of their qualifications and not what if situations that could potentially happen in the future. If we live in the what if situations, then we're condemned and we're bounded by fear. Whereas if we live in the even if situations, we know that we can continually to work through this. And even though Colby might have or endangered, even though the incident happened, he decided to grow from it. He decided to step up. And I think that we as a body should honor that, represent that. There are many other opportunities within student government, but he is the most qualified for this specific position. And so I hope you all vote in favor and do not let fear hold you back from this confirmation as he is a well-qualified person for the job.
I'm going to go Wanjin, then Foster.
So this is me speaking purely on myself. I don't expect anybody else to follow my sentiments. If you are confirmed, I would love to work with you. But as the person who sat on the floor, worried that one of my very good friends was going to die of a seizure, I cannot vote yes on this candidate.
Foster.
I would like to echo with the sentiments of Senator Caldwell. It could have happened to anybody, any one of us, to make that video and just not knowing what was in it. So it was a really big mistake, but we're humans. We made a mistake. I make mistakes every day. Everybody in here make mistakes. And I don't think it's fair to sit up here and say people can't learn, because people can learn. Kind of like Senator Caldwell said earlier, now we have somebody who did work with the appropriate parties, met with the appropriate people to understand how he can be better and make videos more accessible for everybody. And a lot of people don't know this, but that night that he didn't get confirmed, I was walking behind him on the way to the garage. He didn't even see me. He was on the phone with like his mom or his friend or something like that. And he wasn't upset. He wasn't regretful. He was just like still really apologetic. And he was like, I'll keep my head down and keep working, you know, even though we basically crucified him up here in this chamber. And Sierra needs help. And we really want to highlight student government and get a lot of people involved in student government. And this is one of the best ways to do that, because it is a hard job to be doing one job all by yourself, speaking from personal experience. So I'll be voting in favor.
I'm going to go Castellan, Costas, Becerra.
Yeah, so I believe like as a Senate body, we should always be working to, you know, to progress our Senate body and, you know, do what we can for our students moving forward. So I feel like we shouldn't be always like, we shouldn't, like Sarah said, Chair Holmes said, we should not be backwards looking, but we should always be looking forward. What can we do prospectively speaking? So obviously also at what Senator Caldwell has said, we now have someone who's very, very informed and knowledgeable on disability rights and, you know, adjusting visual media coordination to be appropriate with disability rights. So the fact that I don't believe someone else that we would appoint tonight would be as knowledgeable as he did now with all the research that he has done, you know, within these past months that he has been reflecting on the situation. And in addition, if we don't, like President President Lopez said, if we don't appoint him tonight, we won't have a visual media coordinator to, you know, provide our student body with the resources and the videos about all the information in student government or caucuses, committees, just, you know, any future videos that we might need. Our current director of communications may not have the time to do that. So I really believe we should do what we can so that the students will have the resources and videos and information that they need moving forward. So I really think we should be progressive with this. And I will be voting in favor for the confirmation of Kobe Smith.
Senator Costas?
Yeah. So next week I'm putting forward legislation that's going to look at incarcerated individuals get access to education at UCF. And I'm bringing this up because we can look at that bill and we can look at tonight and say something bad has happened in the past and that person should not have the ability to change or grow. And I think just like with those people that are in prison and just like with Colby, there are times when you can reflect on mistakes that you have made, just as I have done. I'm not proud of who I was earlier in my life, but I know when you can educate yourself and take time to reflect and take time to put yourself in uncomfortable positions, that is where growth happens. And I know that what happened in May was tragic. I voted no on his first confirmation. You can reflect on that. And I know it probably wasn't a comfortable situation for you as well, being in the Senate floor and also after. And I believe that he has taken the time to really learn what accessibility means and what it entails. And I think that he will put effort into this position that we wouldn't get from somebody else who was nominated, because he has had to deal with that loss and he has had to learn from that loss. So I think we should vote him into the position of digital media coordinator. I think we would benefit from having him there. And I don't think he will make the same mistake again.
I'm going to go Becerra.
Yeah. I'm a big believer of second chances. You know, I failed many times. I'm pretty sure the entire body has failed many times. But when you fail, you have a choice of staying down or gaining wisdom from that failure. The greats in this world have learned from their mistakes. Cliche example, Thomas Edison with the light bulb. A man failed 1,000 times, got his results at the end. What I'm saying is, though, that Mr. Smith has failed, but he learned from his mistakes. He did his homework, and he's passionate for this. My condolences. I'm sorry for those that were affected, but I know that the executive branch needs someone for this position. Sierra's been doing a great job with what she's doing right now, but I know she would appreciate having someone else to work alongside her. So I will be voting in favor of Mr. Smith, and I think he will be doing a great job in this.
There have been more than 3 speeches in affirmation. Are there any speeches in negation to the confirmation? I'm going to go ILA, Allen.
I'm gonna say that I'm not against the confirmation of Colby Smith. I'm just torn on it. I think Mr. Smith is qualified for the job of digital media coordinator. I would love to work with him. I think he will do a great job. But however, what has happened in May deeply personally affected me, and I am very much disturbed by it. I do not know what decision to make today, and so I will be abstaining in this confirmation. But if confirmed, I would hope that Mr. Smith can do a wonderful job, and I wish him all the best, and I would be very much willing to work with him.
Senator Spalding, quickly.
Just a quick question: would now be an appropriate time to address a question to one of the executive members, or is this strictly debate?
We have like a minute left of debate, generally speaking, so you can make a motion if you would like. Pause it.
I do just want to ask one question to President Lopez, if that's allowed.
You can motion for a non-commission.
Oh, can I make a motion for a non-committee member to speak, that being President Lopez?
There's a motion for a non-objection. Do you withdraw?
Sure.
Withdrawn. Okay. With the time that's left, Patel.
I'm gonna make it quick. For a man who made a mistake like that and to be put under pressure and scrutiny that he has so far, he's probably never gonna make a mistake like that again. So if he's confirmed, he's probably gonna be the most cautious man in the office for all the work he does in the future.
I'm going to go based on time, Boris.
I disagree with the sentiments that voting yes solely to fill the executive cabinet. I don't believe we should take that into consideration. I urge all of you to not allow President Lopez to force our hand with our checks and balances we have. I believe there is time to learn and grow, and I believe he has, but to go back into the same position feels almost disrespectful to me. There are many other places to grow, and I definitely know he's grown. But with this position, I'll be remaining voting no.
Chair Gill, briefly.
May I make a motion?
You may.
Move to vote on the confirmation of Colby Smith as digital media coordinator.
There's a motion to vote on the confirmation of Colby Smith as digital media coordinator. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 27 to 3 to 5, Colby Smith is confirmed as the digital media coordinator. I will say before we move on to the next part, this is not debate, but what I will say is obviously this was an emotionally charged thing. Have empathy for both sides involved. I encourage the gallery to be quiet for a second. This was a very emotionally charged thing. I understand, and I don't feel that it's appropriate to minimize the feelings on either side. So hopefully going forward, there will be accountability, there will be conversation, things will move forward. But at the end of the day, also acknowledge that there were people in this chamber who were hurt, and that let's just love on each other a little bit tonight and have empathy. Alrighty. With that, Chair Gill.
Move to see the confirmation of Caroline McGregor for Supervisor of Elections.
Chair Gill, clarification. Wait 1 second.
I apologize, Caroline. I thought I misspoke. Actually, amend my motion to the confirmation of Assistant Supervisor of Elections, Grace Myers. I'm so sorry, Caroline. We will now be saying Grace Myers.
Alrighty, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Is it already on or do I have to push it? Hello? Is it okay? Cool. Well, good evening, everyone. I've been here on Zoom before, but I'm Grace Myers. I'm currently an election commissioner, and I'm also a third-year student here at UCF studying clinical psychology. And I have a minor in criminal justice. Over the last 2 years, I've volunteered regularly with providing additional links and services for autism. And through that experience, I've gotten kind of close with different members of the autistic community here in Orlando. And additionally to that, I'm part of the UCF ASL Club, and I'm currently taking my third semester of ASL with Bill Cooper, if anyone knows him. So in general, I hope to bring this kind of background into working with the Assistant Supervisor of Elections position by working with student accessibility services to learn more about how to accommodate the needs of all UCF students, regardless of where they come from. And I'm an aspiring counselor, so I'm very passionate about helping people, whether it comes to accessibility issues or people who struggle with their mental health. I believe it's really important to give every student the same opportunities to succeed and make an impact here, regardless of how they want to do that. So just in general, working with other people, I think open-mindedness and clear communication are very important. And I try to implement them whenever I'm working with others. I came here to UCF specifically to utilize the opportunities of the College of Sciences and the Lead Scholars Academy, which I graduated from last semester. And in both of those, I've had opportunities to both lead groups and sort of be in that assistant type role, working as a go-between between fellow group members, collaborating, and the leader. And just overall, as my time at UCF has increased, my passion for advocacy and inspiring others has become like more and more abundant, in addition to my passion for social justice, which obviously this has kind of bolstered my motivation for being on the election commission to ensure that all student government elections are both fair and just. And overall, I think that it's key to just in general to not let your life pass you by. So I myself wanted to take this opportunity to continue leadership here at UCF since I did graduate from Lead Scholars. And I wanted to encourage fellow UCF students, no matter who they are or what their involvement is with organizations on campus, to take stock in their time here at UCF, because it does fly by, as everyone has experienced, and just to make use of the power that we all have. And I think working as the Assistant Supervisor of Elections will give me that opportunity. Thank you.
All right, we are in line for questions. All those with questions, I'm going to go ILA, Yalav, and Chili.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I ask two questions?
You may.
So my first question is, the turnout in student government elections is already pretty low. It's around 10%. Do you have any ideas that could potentially increase it?
I have a couple, but probably my most important one right now would be just working with each college in particular. I think advertising to specific targeted niches, whether that is like divided as wide as the colleges or to specific RSOs or people who are involved in different activities, either on or off campus. So learning about the students' needs and what they're interested in and kind of pulling that into educating people about elections and what student government does. So just for example, like for the allocation of funds, like for people who are passionate about the environment, for College of Sciences and environmental sciences and everything like that, letting the students know the impact that student government has on that, and then therefore who they elect to student government and how they can influence the decisions UCF makes.
My second question was, last year, the theme of the student government election was peace, love, and vote. Do you have any ideas to keep the election process a civil one in which candidates are respectful to each other and follow the rules of campaigning instead of potentially breaking those rules and acting in ways that would not be positive for the election. And so, do you have any ideas that are different from what was already done last year?
So I think continuing a sort of theme like that is really important, but also just like kind of as outlined in the statutes, making that list, that kind of Spark Notes version of the statutes to give to candidates so they understand what specifically is expected of them. But in particular, I'm really a big person on like open and clear communication. So allowing myself and my coworkers to be a resource to candidates and tickets and anything along those lines, just knowing the statutes inside and out as a team is important first so we can share that with the people who are running. So just getting a solid grasp of the statutes and then being able to explain that to others and always making yourself available for any type of discussion or if there's any confusion or discrepancy, to just make yourself available and to not kind of seem standoffish, like allow the candidates to come to you because we are there for them just as much as we are for you guys and the student body.
I'm gonna go Temple, then Boris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening. Beyond the responsibilities of the Election Commission regarding student government elections, you also have the responsibility of organizing the Ignite Your Vote campaign, which was started under the former GAP Chair Hall, now Speaker Hall. And in that capacity, you'd be working alongside the GAP Committee of Senate and the GAC of Executive. So I was wondering what ideas you had in mind when it came to developing ideas and getting the vote out from the student body, knowing that we have a midterm election in roughly 8 to 9 weeks.
So I definitely think an important thing, because a lot of people are either out of state, out of county, establishing like residence and informing students on how to do that. Because it is like living in Orlando for your 4 years or more of college, you're gonna wanna vote here. So educating students not only on the fact that they need and should vote, just for their standing and, you know, civic engagement type thing. I think it's important to allow them to like give them easy information on how to be able to do that. Because it's quite easy to just say, go vote. But without talking about specifics of registration for people who haven't registered before or moving your residency and things along that line, you need to start with the basics to be able to build off from there. So I would definitely start off with that and then later on just expand to more general media. But I think the specifics on how to register and things like that are really important.
Chair Board. Two, if I may.
You may.
Okay. So the first one, thank you for being here. Can you explain the process of either a special or new election and your role in it?
So for the special election, that would be in like the situations where there's a disqualification or a discrepancy with a ticket. So for that, I obviously would work with the supervisor of elections to contact, of course, everyone involved and to let the other candidates know who are running that there will be another election, and of course the student body, and explaining the situation with that. Obviously, it would depend on the severity of disqualifications and things along that matter, but definitely just keeping your cool for sure is important, and giving everyone the like same amount of information swiftly to be able to just move on and allow Senate and the executive branch to continue running as smoothly as possible without any delays.
Thank you. And the second one is, can you explain one or two roles of an election commissioner within the violation process?
So within the violation process, depending on whether they were the one that filed the violation or not, it definitely will matter, but also in general for each election commissioner being there at the end to deliberate on the hearing itself, but whether if a commissioner was the one that filed the violation, they would have to be questioned, give statements, opening and closing, to be able to tell everyone the situation and why they brought the accused person to the hearing. But yeah, overall, being there for all of them is really important. And of course, knowing the statutes, so you will be able to deliberate on that honestly and fairly is essential for that.
Senator Castle.
So on your goal sheet, I realized that I saw that you put inclusively advertise a variety of groups on campus. So I just wanted to ask, do you have any specific initiatives or like strategies that you're planning to use to, be able to target minority groups that might not be as knowledgeable or as active within elections?
So in general, kind of like I said with targeted marketing, also personally, just my own passion for accessibility services, working with that organization here on campus, and the Disability Caucus here I've already planned on working with for this semester. But in the assistant role, I would like to work with, frankly, all of the caucuses to understand like the student needs and how to get them more involved, because it is definitely true, like when you're in a position where you're not where you don't feel as empowered, it is important to specifically target those groups to figure out how to get them motivated and to understand that like their thoughts and opinions have value and how they can influence that here at UCF. So yeah, just the targeting marketing, working with specific individuals, tabling events. I think personal one-on-one conversations are really important to get the student body, even if you only talk to so many people, like they will have a lasting impact rather than just a marketing type thing. So I think overall wide-based marketing is really important, but also so are those one-on-one connections, because that's what's going to get people to like tell their peers and to share about it.
Are there any other questions for the nominee? Senator Casas.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. I'm going to go Ayala Alamanchili and then Senator Casas.
I think Ms. Myers is highly qualified for the job of Assistant Supervisor of Elections. I think her ideas are on point. In the last election cycle in which I ran, us candidates were not given a spark notes of what was expected of us. And I think that is a really good idea in regards to helping candidates navigate their campaigns. And she's passionate, and I think she should be confirmed. I will be voting in favor. I encourage my fellow senators to vote in favor as well.
Senator Casas.
One, that's a sick chain or necklace. And two, I do think Grace Myers is very prepared for this position. I really like the initiatives she has. She answered all the questions beautifully, and I think that she would do a great job as the Assistant Supervisor of Elections.
Are there any other senators wishing to debate? Seeing none, I will take a motion. D-Leg McClellan. Oh, never mind. Oh, we're in confirmations. Chair, go.
It's okay. Move to vote on the confirmation of Grace Myers for the position of Assistant Supervisor of Elections.
There's been a motion to vote on the confirmation of Grace Myers as Assistant Supervisor of Elections. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 32 to 0 to 1, Grace Myers is confirmed as the Assistant Supervisor of Elections. Chair Gill.
We will now be seeing the confirmation of Caroline McGregor for the position of Supervisor of Elections.
And before we reach this, begin the confirmation speech, just to clarify to everyone that there is a discrepancy in the nomination when it comes to the fact that the person nominated does not have a year of an election experience. Good way to phrase it. But what we will be doing is, should we pass the nominee through, we will be motioning to waive that requirement. And for clarity, there was no other commissioner that had met that qualification. So just wanted to clarify that before we move forward with anything. Carly, are you ready?
Awesome. Hello again, everyone. I hope everybody had a great summer and is having a great start to their fall semester. My name is Caroline McGregor, and I'm a third-year student here at the University of Central Florida, and I'm double majoring in political science and history. I just want to start by saying thank you guys so much for having me today, and I'm excited to share a little bit about what I want to do with the Election Commission if confirmed as Supervisor of Elections today. One of my main initiatives is to focus on education and outreach. Through this, I want to, of course, inform students about the voting process and the importance of participation in student government elections. My hope with this is that by teaching them about how elections work and about student government, they will come out and participate, and we will get as much of the student body's voice as we possibly can. I also, of course, want to educate candidates on the statutes, making myself a resource, kind of having like an open door policy where candidates or anybody can come to me or any other election commissioner and kind of ask us questions about Title VI. We kind of tell them, hey, that is a violation. Please do not do that. Or say, hey, go ahead and do that. Just so everybody's kind of on the same page so we can avoid violations before they happen. I also want to work on outreach for the election. I want to work with representatives from other campuses, such as downtown Rose and Lake Nona, in order to get those campuses also involved in elections and student government. We tend to focus a lot of our energy into main campus, and I kind of want to divert some of that energy out to the other campuses because they don't typically participate as much in these elections and in student government. So if we reach out to them, hopefully they will want to be in student government and or at least participate in voting. I also plan on hosting many events throughout the year in order to get the word out about elections. I kind of want to do like a commissioner forum before declaration of candidacy where students can come and ask commissioners any questions they may have, kind of going back to that open door policy that I want to enact. By reaching out to all these different student bodies, hopefully we can get as many students as involved in elections as possible. And I want to thank everybody so much for their time, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have. I yield my time.
Alrighty, we are now in a period of questioning. Chair Temple.
I believe mine will be a simple yes or no suffice, but good evening, Ms. McGregor. So I read here in your goal sheet that you want to increase voter registration through, among other things, voter education guides, pamphlets, and the like. My question to you is, are you going to work with the GAP committee and the governmental affairs coordinator on this initiative?
I would love to work with you guys.
Excellent answer.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually pause for a second because we're missing like a third of the chamber currently. So I don't even know if we currently have quorum with how many people are gone. So we're gonna pause for 1 sec. Chair Temple.
Point of information, we could ask for a quorum check, but I'm not quite sure how favorable the chair would see.
I think we're gonna have to quorum check that. So for anything, is there a motion for a 2-minute recess?
So moved.
So moved. All right. All righty, I reconvene at 11:20 p.m. I'm looking at doing an eye thing, analyzing, scanning. I believe that we have met quorum. We don't need to do the roll call. Regardless, as a reminder to everybody before we continue, if you see someone go to the bathroom, maybe wait until they come back. I have to wait hours up in this chair to go to the bathroom, so y'all can do that too. We need to make sure that we're maintaining quorum so we can keep moving forward. With that, we are still in a period of questioning. All senators wishing to question, please raise your hand. Senator Castleton.
So I was just going to ask a question regarding transparency for the election. So I know last year, like, there were some complaints because some students like didn't know the candidacy period begun for like different positions. So like, how would you be able to improve promoting the opening of the election process or application process?
Of course. Thank you for your question. I think definitely marketing a lot and early on is definitely going to be a easy way for students to know that, hey, this is when all these deadlines are. I know you see everything on social media, and if you see something once, you're not going to remember it. So posting things like multiple times, kind of advertising it heavily, marketing it heavily, especially going to other campuses as well, marketing that too, to make sure that everyone's kind of aware of these are when the deadlines are. That way, anybody who wants to participate in student government can do so.
Do you like McClellan?
Hi. What would your first 2 weeks look like in this position if confirmed?
Thank you for your question. So my first 2 weeks, if confirmed, I first plan on reaching out to all the different campuses and trying to set up those relationships early on. I want to pick commissioners to kind of work with those campuses specifically. That way we have somebody all hands on deck for those campuses to make sure they're getting involved. Honestly, first 2 weeks, I want to get to know everybody on the commission. I think having a strong bond is really important, especially when we get to like violation hearings, and also going over statutes from the beginning so that all the commissioners know exactly what is in Title VI, knowing it by the back of their hand.
Are there any other questions for the nominee? Seeing none, we are now in a period of debate. All those wishing to debate, please raise your hand. Senator Castleton.
I'll be voting in favor for this candidate. She was able to answer all the questions in a efficient way, and she answered everything really directly. So I'm pretty confident she was going to do a good job at this role. So I encourage you guys all to vote in favor as well.
Senator Becerra.
Same here. I will be voting in favor. I see the passion and I like her ideas, so I will be voting in favor as well.
Chair Temple.
So I will also be voting in favor of Ms. McGregor for the supervisor of elections, not only because she answered all the questions in a more than sufficient manner, but also because the minute I saw that she was going to be working on voter registration for the campus, instantly had me hooked. That's all I'm going to say in the matter.
Chair Go.
Move to vote on the confirmation of Caroline McGregor for the position of Supervisor of Elections.
There's been a motion to vote on the confirmation of Caroline McGregor for Supervisor of Elections. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 31 to 0, Caroline McGregor is confirmed as the Supervisor of Elections. Is there a motion to waive the one election cycle requirement for Supervisor McGregor? Are there any objections? Alrighty, requirement waived. That was easier than I thought it would be. Alrighty. Thank you, Chair Gill, for the confirmations. We are now moving on to our final confirmation of the night. Before we do that, just because it's different than the previous ones, is there a motion for 5-minute speeches, 15-minute question, 15-minute debate? Are there any objections? Alrighty. With that, for the office of the Pro Tempore, AJ Patel as the Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations. You'll have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Can y'all hear me? Good. Okay. Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who know me and don't know me, I'm AJ Patel. I'm a sophomore here at UCF. And little thing about me is I started as a biology major. Didn't like animals and plants as much as I thought I would, and switched to biomed because I'm crazy. Can you hear me? I'm just not loud enough. Okay, I'll speak into the mic. So, I forgot where I was. Yes, I'll start with interesting things about me. I like to play soccer in my free time, also basketball and tennis. I love to eat, like a lot of food, for those of you who've seen me eat. Unfortunately, I don't like Lazy Moon pizza anymore, thanks to Scarlett here. I'm going to go to the point. RSLs, this is one of my first initiatives. As DSER, I really want to be DSER, if you can tell. I want to teach RSLs fiscal policy because honestly, my background in SG so far has been highly revolved around fiscal. And if you guys stay in contact with your RSOs, which I know not many of us do, they don't really know as much about fiscal policy as we think. I know half of us here aren't really involved in fiscal, and like you guys stick it to internal, so you don't think you know that much. But trust me, if you're a senator here, you know more than you think you do, and you definitely know more than the RSO leadership people do. So one of my initiatives is I want to have all our senators, sit down with all our RSOs that we have. We have like 10 RSOs each. So like sit down and like explain them fiscal policy, say, hey, this is what CRT does. This is how we give you money. This is what FAO does. They give you money. You're not going to know everything. We're not perfect. I don't know everything. I bug Leslie like once a week, always asking her a question like, hey, does FAO fund this? And she's like, yeah, nah. Like she answers my question. So she's pretty nice. She'll get to you. Another thing about RSOs is I discussed with Pro Tem Foster is I want to make an interchangeable system. So I know some of us have RSOs we don't like necessarily care for, and I know there's RSOs that other people have that we want. So my thing is like, if you really want an RSO that badly and like the other person that has it doesn't really care that much, I think you should be able to swap it out because honestly, like not many of us communicate with our RSOs as much as we should. We just sent that one like initial email saying, hey, we're here for you. And then it's like ghosted, no response, never talk to them again for the rest of the year. So I think like if you give an RSO to a person who really truly cares about it, they're going to put in the drive and more of the effort like to actually reach out and try to help them because they care about the RSO for whatever reason. So they're going to like go above and beyond for that RSO. So that's what I want to do for them. Relationships and morals. So student government field day with all branches. Honestly, I know at least half of you don't even know the names of half the people in judicial because you never talked to them or met them, even though they have passed through here for confirmations. So what I want to do is put us all in like the same room or something, a big room, probably like Lake Claire or whatever, have a field day, get to know one another, maybe play volleyball, sand volleyball, make teams, mix it up, like get to meet the other people in here. Cause like there's never been a day where all 3 branches of SG have just been in the office once and we all met each other. Like we don't know each other. I can't name like half the people on judicial, and I was on ENA when they passed the show. I should know them, but I don't. Another thing, Senate retreats. For ourselves, we already have we've had small retreats for leadership before. I think it was like the RWC low course, element course. I forgot the name of it, but I want to do a much bigger thing like that. Now that the summer's over and all our senators back here in person, I think we have like 70 senators technically. I don't remember the exact number, but I think we should all like do some sort of retreat, just like the field day with all the other branches. The smaller one, which just includes the Senate. I think all of us as college students should like maybe one day go have fun. I know we all have fun as college students, all with our own friend groups, but like to get to know one another. Like I don't know you that well, sorry, but like I love to know you well. So if I gotta hang out with you, go maybe, I don't know, Lake Claire seems the reiterating idea, but I can't just keep using Lake Claire. I got to find some other place, but drag all of you in one place, have fun, get to know one another, know your names, know what you do, remember your majors, why you are the way you are, get to like you. Another thing is social events instead of town halls. We're senators. Everyone looks up to us like big black polos, big guys, whatever. I think to know our constituents well, I think we need to put
30
ourselves
seconds
in the
left.
Okay, I'm going to put ourselves in the same place as them, basically to let our students know that we're just them themselves. Come to like us and just like, hey, we're your homies. We'll help you out. You need something, come to us. Like we're just like put ourselves on the equal level as just other people. So socials and stuff like that. Collaborating with the speaker's office, I think when one person goes above and beyond, we should recognize that with like all 6 people in the speakers and pro temp's office. Like last month, Sierra, she popped off with the Black Business Month. Actually, that was like last week. But like I would like try to get a reward for that or something, like something certificate. I don't know. Something.
Unfortunately, your time is expired. Alrighty. Speech time has elapsed. We're now in a period of questioning. Chair Temple.
Hello, AJ. So I know as well as anybody else that you have a very hectic schedule, especially as a College of Medicine student. So I have to ask: should you take up this position as Deputy Pro Tem for Senate Relations? How will you be able to budget your time?
So as a pre-med student, I like to say I have a good time management skills, but if it also helps you sleep at night, I'm not taking Orgo this semester. So I have like extra time. Like I need to find things to do this semester. Like I have too much time right now.
I'm going to go Senator Robbins.
All right. So my first question is, which initiative are you most excited about and why?
It would be the safety initiatives I had. I didn't get to elaborate over them. They're not really pertaining to the DSER role, but I felt like being DSER of Senate will like give me more power and ability to do these initiatives. It was more about like oriented at how like we stay out to like midnight and like, for example, like last week, I think it was the first time Senator Moda like actually like had to stay at a 12 a.m. meeting or whatever, like because Senate runs late to midnight. And like I asked her like, where are you parked? And she's like, parking garage A, and she's just about to walk there by herself. So I forced Victor here to like walk her there, so like she don't go at 12 a.m. at garage A where there's like no man's land there. So it's like stuff like that. I feel like it's concerning, and I just want to address. And maybe being DSER would put me in the connections with the right people to like push initiatives like this.
I'm going to go McClellan next.
What would your first 2 weeks look like in this new position if confirmed?
My first 2 weeks would be figuring out the whole RSO distribution list, getting the interchanging things done, also establishing connections with all the departments and agencies because I'm going to have to work with them as DSER. So then after making those connections, it'll be probably like October already. And hopefully by then I'll start planning a Senate retreat because like we're already a month into like our fall semester. So after I make those connections, start planning the retreat, and that's probably what I'll do for the rest of September.
I'm going to go Senator Mole and then Senator Passos. Oh, never mind. Just Mole.
Do you foresee the Senate retreat including either wiffle ball or softball?
Definitely. Thank you for those ideas because I couldn't get past beach volleyball.
Chair Gill.
Hi, Chair Patel. I really liked your initiatives, but one of them, my question is, how would you enforce teaching RSO fiscal policy amongst senators? Like, would you make it a statutory requirement? How would you get senators to do every single RSO teaching them fiscal policy?
So that's a good question. So basically, I remember at the beginning of Senate first started, the pro temp's office had like a deadline where you had to reach out to all 10 of your RSOs, send them an email and give proof of it and like do that by a certain deadline. In similar fashion, I would not make it like a time constraint thing because people have lives, people have things to do. I would say like schedule a 5 to 10 minute interview with each of your RSO's leadership. Just reach out saying, hey, I'd like to schedule the Zoom conference, or if you'd like to come in person, we could talk it out. In total, that would probably be 100 minutes. We spend here like 5 hours a week at minimum. I'm asking to spend like an extra hour just teaching to RSOs. And I'd probably make the deadline lenient, like, hey, get this done by November or December, because most funding and stuff like that RSOs request for happens in the springtime. So like at least as it gets done by fall semester, I'd be okay with that.
Senator Becerra.
How do you plan to be clear and transparent under this position?
That was actually a discussion that I had with Pro Tem Foster and me going to this position. And it's like, we talked it out. I'm an open book now. So if you have doubts in my capabilities, you can talk to like the speaker's office or Pro Tem's office. If you have questions for me, directly ask me. To be honest, like I can give you my word. I'll be as direct and transparent as you want me to.
I'm going to go Domino and then Boris.
A lighter question, just out of morbid curiosity.
with the things that you have going on and all of your involvement, what prompted you to apply for this position?
So, for those who know me, I've been working in fiscal for quite a while now, and my brain can't take it anymore. And Deputy of Senate Relations is like Senate Relations. I love the social aspect. I'm a pretty social person, so I felt like it was the best thing that fit my personality for a role in the Senate body.
Chair Boris.
Can you name 3 things you will do better than the previous DSER?
I can't really answer that because I think I would like to fill in the shoes of the previous DSER and probably do as well as he did.
I'm gonna go Yal and Chili, then London.
So at the Senate retreats, are you gonna have Liverpool decorations? Because if you did, that would be great.
I'll have it just for you, Vihan.
Chair Wondren.
How do you plan to fulfill your duties of maintaining mutually beneficial relationships with agencies and departments when those are not really mentioned in your initiatives?
So, having a relationship with the agencies department wasn't really like an initiative I have to like add on to DSER. It's like already a rule and requirement per statute. So I would just walk down to OSI and like introduce myself to all the people and say, hey, I'd love to work with you. I have some friends like who worked in SG before from like last year's exec cabinet who are like in cab and stuff like that late nights. I don't know exactly where, but like I'm on pretty good terms with them. So like I'd go talk to them and say, hey, I'd love to collaborate in the future of sorts.
Chair Wondren.
A lot of agencies and OSI do not like SG. How will you plan to fix that?
I like to think that they would like me, so what's not to give?
It's Senator Spalding.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. I'm going to go Costas, then Uchoa.
I'm very excited for hopefully the confirmation of AJ for DSER. He's a great guy. I don't think there's anybody on campus who could not like him. So I think we should vote him in.
Uchoa.
I just want to start out by saying it wasn't forced, by the way. And we all know Senator Patel. He is very passionate. Oh, and his ego, I guess. Who knows? He's a very dedicated person and very passionate about Senate. And I'm sure he's gonna be great for this position. I can't think anyone else that could fill this position as he would. Just don't let him play in a party, please. But yeah, that's it.
Senator Almanar.
I would like to speak in favor of Senator Patel for this position. There was a question bringing up of people would like to work with them. It's not if you would like to work with anybody here, it's if they can get the job done. And I think AJ can get the job done. He's very likable no matter what, first and foremostly. So I think he'll be great in this position, especially planning our retreats and working closely with each senator. He already seems to have very good relations with all of us in this chamber. So this is a position I see that he can grow in and just make his own.
Alrighty, we've seen 3 speeches in affirmation. Are there any individuals in opposition? Chair Wondren.
I unfortunately am speaking in dissent. I don't think he has the ability to make the connections with agencies and departments that we need and have been lacking in the previous 2 DSERs. So, yeah.
Are there any other senators wishing to debate? Seeing none, is there a motion to vote? We are now in voting procedure. With a vote count of 29-2 to 2, AJ Patel is confirmed as the Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations.
Yeah.
All right. Internal legislation. Notice legislation on first reading. Constitutional amendments, none. Bills, none. Resolutions. Resolution 5409 is remanded to SBA. Resolution 5410 is remanded to SBA. And Resolution 5411 is remanded to SBA. Proclamations, none. Special acts, none. Notice legislation on third reading. Constitutional amendments, none. Bills, is there a motion to postpone internal bill 54, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, and 23 to the next regularly scheduled Senate meeting? Are there any objections? Seeing none. Resolutions. Is there a motion to postpone Resolution 5407 and Resolution 5408 to the next regularly scheduled Senate meeting? Are there any objections? Alrighty. Special acts, none. Notice legislation on second reading, none. Senate forum, Chair Temple.
I'll make this quite brief because we only have 19 minutes. So as you probably all heard, there is a deliberative dialogue being held on the 15th of September, which is also Constitution Day. It's being hosted by, I can never remember the office off the top of my head, but it is called A House Divided, and it's going to allow anybody who RSVPs by tomorrow, to engage in a dialogue to, in other words, try to mend political tensions and mend political wounds. If you want to RSVP for this event, you can reach out to Amanda Devers of Community Engagement. Sorry. All you need to do is simply email her saying that you want to attend, and they will provide lunch. And therefore, you should probably specify any dietary restrictions therein.
Chair Borges.
So I typed this last time, but I feel like it's important to say out loud. The Rosen College of Hospitality Management is once again named number 1 in the nation. Woo! Yay! Wow. Proud to say that we're number 1. Okay. Anyway, and then on top of that, I'd like to speak now the Honors College and Rosen College at once. We are working on getting the first ever honors hospitality courses by the 2023-2024 school year. So thank you guys.
Chair Wonjin.
So Speaker Hall did already address this, but I really would like to ask that we be mindful of not making other people feel uncomfortable for voting the way that they feel they should. Colby Smith's confirmation was obviously a sore spot for me. And I was very uncomfortable even speaking in debate because of comments that were made by other senators.
Are there any other senators wishing to speak during Senate forum? ELA DeMarla.
This is kind of to add on to what Speaker Hall mentioned in the beginning of this meeting. But if anyone does have issues or concerns with anything, I'm more than happy to hear them out. I think it's very important to talk to everyone without preconceived notions. And I just want everyone to know that I am either always here to either listen or give advice or whatever you want to do.
Are there any other senators wishing to speak during Senate forum? Seeing none. Senate deliberations. Are there any senators wishing to deliberate? Seeing none. Advisors report. Brady.
All right. Hey, everybody. I don't have a lot for you, but I'm glad to have you back. Thanks for being patient with me while I was out last week. Hopefully you didn't need too many things from me, but I'm back. And if you need anything, just let me know. I'll be catching up on a ton of emails probably tomorrow and frankly, probably through next week. One other note, we're kind of fully into the semester now, so I'm going to be doing eligibility checks hopefully tomorrow, but probably next week as well. So if you have any issues related to that, just let me know. And if I find any issues, I'll let you know because that's how that works. Yeah, not a lot for me. Senator shout outs. We'll kind of go quickly since we don't have a ton of time, but Ethan, we'll get you out of the way early.
Thanks for that. I'll go as slow as I can. So just kidding. I wanted to shout out Vice Chairs Trainer and Almanar, as well as the entirety of GAP, because why not?
All right, perfect. Almanar.
I shout out everyone. Can we be done? I'm hungry.
All right. Wonjin.
I just want to shout out who I'm pretty sure was the first vice chair squared in the Senate, Vice Chair Robbins, because she became vice chair of Scholarship Committee before Vice Chair Almanar became vice chair of GAP.
So the current first vice chair squared, because you're not a vice chair squared anymore. All right, very good. Uchoa?
I just want to give a shout out to everyone, to Senator Patel, now elected Disir Patel, and to Orlando City, who won their first ever championship yesterday.
Demarla.
I want to give a shout out to everyone who spoke today, especially our new senators. Very proud of everyone, and I think we had good discourse.
All right, Vihan.
Firstly, I'm gonna have to shout out our new Disir Patel. Congratulations. We know you'll do a great job. My second shout out goes to Chair Temple, because GAP is also doing quite well this weekend. A lot of substantial stuff was done. My third shout out goes to D-Leg McClellan, because he is the vice chair in spirit of the LJR committee and is doing great work even when Chair Urea is not there. And also to the entirety of the LJR and GAP committees.
All right, Boris.
The CRT for getting to 100 allocations. Yay, us. And then, in addition, I was vice chair squared before Robbins, finance office vice chair, and disability caucus vice chair. Sorry, Robbins.
All right, Costas.
I'll be quick. Shout out to Chair Holmes for that event last week. I don't think she's had enough acknowledgement for it. That was amazing. Also, shout out Speaker Hall for laying down the law. He just got into this position recently, but he's done a great job. And there was one more, but I forgot. For helping me out with my bill. I appreciate the help.
All right. Foster.
Be very quick. I have a few. Okay, I want to go Vice Chair Castellan. I feel like a lot of people overlook Vice Chair Castellan. She did a lot for the event too. Holmes, everybody knows Holmes. She's really good. She helped put together that event. Trainer, been more vocal, just got elected vice chair. Shout out to Trainer. Shout out to our new chair, Chair Anderson. Chair Gale held down ENA. Speaker Hall ran a really hard meeting. Shout out to Chair Wandering for being able to speak in debate, even though she was really uncomfortable in doing so. Shout out Chair Temple for GAP. Shout out my new Disir over here, Chair Patel, or Disir Patel. Let me not do that. And last but not least, huge shout out to D-Leg McClellan. You've been helping me out so much recently. I feel like people deserve their flowers while they're alive. So giving your flowers right now.
All right, Holmes.
I'm going to shout out Senator Cura for the hug earlier. I was very nervous about a previous confirmation, so thank you. I really appreciate it. It really calmed my nerves. And dang, I forgot the other one. Dang. Well, I'll close those out.
All right, Trainer.
Shout out Pro Tem Foster for the shout out and also for killing it at FYE tabling with the brown loafers.
All right. Well,
All right, I got 3 shout outs. I'll try to make it quick. Number 1, I'd like to shout out Mi Gente Latino who were at the MAS conference. We had a great time. We shut that place down. It was awesome. I had a great time bonding with all of you, especially you, Speaker Hall. Number 2, I'd like to shout out the Chicago Sky for having a fantastic season. They didn't make it into the finals tonight. They got beat out by the Connecticut Sun in Game 5. But you know what? We'll get them next year. And finally, to our favorite former senator, Stefania Salerno. I doubt you're watching this, but if you are, we love you and we wish you the best.
all right. Yeah, if she's watching, you got better things to do, I promise. All right, Becerra.
Yeah, so shout out to Chair Anderson for taking over SBA and doing it well so far. Shout out to Speaker Hall for always managing these meetings well and for always helping the caucuses as well. We appreciate the effort they do. And shout out to my Liverpool fans, just because.
All right, go.
Yeah, shout out to Senator Brenner, I believe. He's about to join ENA, one of the better committees. I'm just kidding. But I'm really excited to have him. Shout out to the GAP committee for allowing me to talk to your committee. I really enjoyed it. I was going to shout out more people. Oh, shout out Speaker's office, as well as Pro Tem Foster and D-Leg McClellan. You guys have really been holding it down. I know it's a learning curve. You guys are doing awesome. We really appreciate you. And shout out Gina, because she's awesome.
All right. Vihan?
My last two senator shout outs. Actually, maybe more than two. Shout out Vice Chair Trainer for being confirmed Vice Chair of SBA. That's very cool. Shout out to Senator Cura, because he just has some immaculate vibes that make Senate better. And my third shout out goes to Chair Holmes for running the Black Business Month event last week really well. That was very cool, and good job.
All right, Dorla.
God, I also wanted to shout out Senator Holmes too. It reminded me, I really admire how involved she is in the UCF community. I always see her posting about some event on campus, and I think that's so amazing, and I like to take notes from it.
All right, what's up?
Shout out to Almanar and Trainer for becoming vice chair. Shout out to Anderson for becoming chair. Shout out to Gap for having an amazing meeting this week. And then shout out to Eric Castillo for representing an RSO on the bill today.
All right, Almanar.
All right. Shout out to Ethan for having the excellent idea of splitting the GAP committee up into subcommittees so we can be more productive. Also, shout out to UCF football. We're playing tomorrow against Louisville. We lost against them last year. We're going to win this year. Everybody should be there. We're all students. Be in the student section. Also, stay safe at the tailgate if you go.
Okay, watching.
I forgot I also wanted to shout out Senator Castillo because he did a great job and he's our new CRT rep. And also, I just feel really bad for like him having to stand up there while we all voted down that bill. Sorry, Eric.
Temple.
All right, I knew I forgot a few. First and foremost, shout out to Senator Castillo for becoming the new CRT rep. Well done. I cannot wait to see how you do. Shout out to my mentee who now became DSER. I wish you the best of luck. And finally, I wanted to shout out ORS because they had to go, I'm a part of it. We had to go through an 18-page agenda, which is probably a first for us, maybe? Close enough. Either which way, we went through a very long meeting and we still stuck through it. And shout out to Vice Chair Robbins for, I think, accepting my transition over to GAP. I'm not quite sure. I take that shout out back.
So, Brody,
All right.
Brody, I don't want to be that guy. It is 11:53.
All right.
So
Dylan said the rest of your shout outs don't matter. Sorry, guys.
that is not what I said. But in the interest, Brody, if you want to read Netta's.
Netta said that she couldn't be here. She's been a little in and out this week, but the MCAT is tomorrow. So hopefully we never have to hear about it again and she never has to think about it again. So all good things. I think she said that she'll be around around 3 tomorrow, but campus is closed at 2. So don't do any work after that. So yeah, I'll see you in the morning, but after 2, I will see you on Monday. So yeah, Alan.
Okay. A reminder. Wait, I don't remember what my notes say, so give me one sec. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, thanks, Brody. Please remember, if you're seeing a piece of legislation in committee, please make sure that, or do caucuses see legislation? No, sorry, I'm really tired, you guys. If you're seeing a piece of legislation in committees, please make sure chairs/vice chairs, whoever's doing this stuff, put the committee action on it. It just helps me from having to sift through the minutes, like the 18-page minutes that were mentioned before. Oh yeah, the semester is like finally, it's like real time now. We're actually in school. It's not just syllabus week. So please make sure you're taking time for self-care. Some of y'all I see in the office so much and I'm like, I hope that you're sleeping and eating and, taking care of yourselves. I'm going to try to start a tracker for committee and caucus minutes because no matter how much I say I'm going to hunt you down for minutes if you don't send them to me, I'm not really actually good at doing that. And I would like to be. Not that I want to like terrorize you guys. I just want to make sure that the website is updated. So I'm going to start doing that. So if you start getting emails from me saying like, hey, I don't have your minutes, that's probably why. I'm actually doing my job. And then the web updates, I got a new like Nights email. So I had to recreate an account with Creative Queue. I know the roster is like super outdated. They still have not approved my account. I think that Bonnie Blue is out of the office for a little bit. So as soon as that is taken care of, I will be updating the website to put, I think, like the stuff from the Attorney General up there to fix the roster so everyone's names are listed under the correct places and so that people who aren't senators anymore aren't being contacted by students. Yeah, that's all I got. Okay, it's late. Bye.
Are there any questions for the advisors? Chair Anderson.
It's a really quick comment. As we adjourn, can y'all I'm gonna do a video for Netta. If y'all can just stand in your seats and be like, "Good luck, Netta," that'd be great. Appreciate it.
Alrighty. Are there any other questions for the advisors? Seeing none, we're going to pump through this. Miscellaneous business, resignations. I hereby resign Senator Brenner from SBA, and I resign Senator Anderson from the Hispanic Latinx Caucus. Appointments. I hereby appoint Senator Ochoa to the Hispanic Latinx Caucus and the Women's Caucus. Elections. Is there a motion to open the floor for ENA nominations? Alrighty. Senator Brenner, do you accept the nomination? Is there a motion to close the floor for ENA nominations? I'm going to keep it 100 with you, Brody. What do I do next?
Motion to open elections.
Motion to open up elections for ENA. So moved. Is there a motion okay, yeah, we do it like that. All right. All those in favor of confirming Senator Brenner to ENA? All those opposed? All right. Senator Brenner, you're on ENA. Is there a motion to open the floor for CRT nominations? All righty. Senator Tribble, do you accept the nomination? Is there a motion to close the floor for CRT nominations? Is there a motion to vote? I'm so sorry. It's 11. Open elections for CRT. So moved. All those in favor? All those against? All righty. Senator Tribble, you're on CRT. Phosphorus fit check.
You have like 3 minutes. Let me go very quickly. Okay. Hall, honorable mention. That's actually my favorite color right there. Aiden, like the necklace. Loki has a hat on. Give that to Loki. I think is that 2 or is that 3? I think I give Loki 3. Kura, oh my God, that shirt's amazing. Something I'd wear. And then finally, let me give it to Scarlett. I don't know what type of material that jacket is, but I like it. I love it.
I'd also like to just make a quick reminder to everyone that I'm also in every group chat, including the caucus group chat. So, I see things, particularly things that are currently being said. So please be aware of that. Moving along, Chair Temple.
A motion, Mr. Speaker.
You may.
Move to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, or no, you're not doing your day in history. D. Lake McClellan.
Trainer.
Here.
Tribble.
Here.
Mole.
Here.
Bodier. Moda. Kira.
Here.
Nimbargi. Millington.
Present.
Temple.
Present.
Capozzi. Caldwell.
Present.
Robbins.
Here.
Spalding.
Present.
Castillo.
Here.
Parmar.
Present.
Wynn. I swear he's gone already. Yeah. Wanjan.
Present.
Domino.
Present.
Foster.
Present.
Becerra.
Present.
Gell.
Present.
Yalman-Chili.
Present.
Samuel. No. Heinzgill.
Present.
DeMarla.
Here.
Patel,
Here.
Ochoa,
Present.
Harrell, Flores,
Here.
Almanar,
Present.
Anderson,
Present.
Castellan,
Present.
Sabula, absent, Hall,
Here.
Holmes,
Present.
Costas,
Here.
Martin,
Present.
Saucedo,
Present.
Tashe, not here. Uriah's not here. Brenner,
Present.
40 out of 47. Quorum is verified.
I adjourn this meeting at 12 a.m.